I don't know what might not do. No. I also think I remove the camera a little bit because see mic is like it. Yeah. If you can slightly back and then this way. Yeah. I'll be check it then and then. I will just remove that one. Need to check. If the screen is also shared. Yeah, the screen is shared. Okay, so. Sorry, sir. Mr. Chitara, check at your side what is showing. Check at your side what is showing.
Yes, we can see the screen and I can hear the person at the podium. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
No, you cannot. Let me check.
So that this one will be the
Wait.
the main.
Okay, the camera should be locked.
Yes. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. Are we here?
Good morning.
Okay, we will shortly begin our program. We are slightly bit delayed, but we have a very important component to. Can I have attention, please, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, thank you. So before we begin with the program of our international conference on emerging trends in network and computer communication, ETNCC 2025, let's begin with the soothing musical treat. We have here one of the talented Professor Chandrasekhar, who is going to take you through this musical treat. May I invite Professor Chandrasekhar to take you through. Please welcome with a round of applause. Very good morning to one and all. I'm going to play a song from our Indian side.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I kindly invite everyone else that is not in the atrium section to move in. Let's fill the spaces. And a few minutes before we start, everyone who's in the atrium, we're invited to settle down as we prepare to start. Thank you. Our Vice Chancellor walking in, welcome, sir. If we can move forward and fill the spaces, let's move forward and fill the spaces. Prof. Bunushava, you're invited to the podium. Thank you so much. Watch it everybody. I think it is happens. Step. Oh, this one. Was it on this one? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's try this again. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, students, and brilliant minds from around the world. Welcome to the official opening of the 5th International Conference on Emerging Trends in Networks and Computer Communications, commonly known as, yes, I think I'm in the right place, ETNCC 2025. My name is Reni Munyai. I'm a Research and Postgraduate Development Manager within the Directorate of Research, Innovation and Partnerships. And I have the honor of serving you as Master of Ceremonies for this special occasion. This year's conference is hosted by the Faculty of Computing and Informatics under the leadership of Professor Valedictory Bunushava. Can we give her a hand of applause? And inspired and driven by the UNESCO Chair on Secure High Performance Computing, that is actually head and steered by Professor Dam Singh. Can we give the UNESCO Chair a round of applause? Prof. Singh, I think they need to see you. He is the magic behind the scenes and his team as well. Thank you. Prof. Singh is a UNESCO Unitwin Science Chairs UNESCO Chair. And I just want to emphasize before I call upon the first speaker that we are not just here to network our devices. I can see people on devices, okay? But to connect our minds and our missions. So now please rise as we give a hand of applause to the next speaker. Yes, I would really want us to rise. Professor Naumap, the Vice Chancellor of the Namibia University of Science and Technology. Sir, we invite you to give us the opening remarks for this very important event. Please, colleagues, let's give it a round of applause and let's rise as he comes forward.
Oh, good morning, colleagues. Please. Have a seat. Yeah, I do not often get this kind of treatment where people are told to rise up. I think that generally that is reserved for the honorable ministers, excellencies. We are same community here, academics, but thank you so much, Rennie, for that honor. I'm just trying to make some space here to put down my device. Let me put it on top of the other device. Once again, good morning. You look very lovely. It's my pleasure. Let me acknowledge the protocol as follows. Mr. Gernot Pipmeyer, the Secretary General of the Namibia National Commission for UNESCO. Prof. Anisha Peters, I don't see her. Perhaps you're represented by, okay. Prof. Anisha Peters, in absentia. Dr. Liki Erastus, Managing Director of MTC. Prof. Christina Stephen, Pro-Vice Chancellor for Research, Innovation, and Development at the University of Namibia. Dr. Happy Sitole, Executive Manager of the National Integrated Cyber Infrastructure System, CSIR, in South Africa. Members of the NAST Executive Management, Prof. Fungai Funushafa, Acting Executive Dean of the Faculty of Computing and Informatics, Professor Dharam Singh Jat, Technical Program Committee Chair of ETNCC, and famous UNESCO chairholder on secure high performance computing for higher education and research. Government officials present this morning, distinguished captains of industry, distinguished invited guests, delegates and speakers, members of the diplomatic corps, ladies and gentlemen, once again a hearty good morning. I am honored to welcome you to the Namibia University of Science and Technology for the 5th International Conference on Emerging Trends in Networks and Computer Communications, known as ETNCC. This hybrid event is scheduled to take place from 5th of August to Thursday, the 7th of August, and is organized by the UNESCO Chair on Secure High Performance Computing for Higher Education and Research within NAST Faculty of Computing and Informatics under the capable leadership of Prof. Dharam Singh Jat. The conference is technically co-sponsored by the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, South Africa section, and is supported by IEEE Region 8. In the wake of ever-evolving technology, we are challenged to undertake research and provide solutions that address emerging challenges resulting from the adoption of new technologies. This platform provides a truly unique and an invaluable opportunity for us to come together, bringing diverse perspectives, expertise, and passion to collaboratively shape the future of sustainable development. By fostering innovation, dialogue, and shared commitment, we can drive meaningful progress towards creating a more equitable, more resilient, more environmentally responsible digital world for generations to come. Distinguished invited guests, this year, NAS celebrates 10 years as a university under the theme, A Decade of Eminence, celebrating education, science, and technology for development. 10 years of building much needed capacity for our nation. And we believe we are now ready for the 6th National Development Plan and to bring it into fruition. As will be witnessed in the research that will be shared over the next 3 days or so, technology is being applied to realize food and water security in the wake of climate change, as well as to advance renewable energy and robotics for automating processes in mining, in health sector, and other sectors of our economy. A vision of a digitally empowered Namibia with excellent internet connectivity as a key driver for economic growth by 2030. Will also be discussed during this conference. One where Namibia provides skilled personnel in cybersecurity, skilled personnel that aligns to AI, high performance computing to drive the global digital economy, but also in line with the national strategy. Director of Ceremonies, allow me to express our sincere appreciation for the ongoing support from Mr. Gernot Pip-Meyer, the Secretary General of the Namibia National Commission for UNESCO, towards the UNESCO Chair on Secure High Performance Computing for Higher Education and Research, as well as the other 3 UNESCO chairs at the university. We appreciate that, sir. Thank you very much. May I also take this moment to express our gratitude and heartfelt appreciation to Professor Alicia Peters in absentia, the CEO of the National Commission on Research, Science and Technology, for the valuable support towards research and innovation across, not only for NAS, but across the entire country. We are particularly honored to have received Innovate for Water Grant for our UNESCO chair. So please do pass the message to Professor Peters of our gratitude and our appreciation. I would also like to express our heartfelt gratitude and thanks to Dr. Okuru, the chair of IEEE South Africa section, who is joining us online for this invaluable for this conference. I would like to thank him particularly for his invaluable support in providing technical co-sponsorship for this conference. If you can hear me, sir, we are thankful for your support. Is he online? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, also my sincere gratitude goes to our esteemed conference partner, Dr. Liki Erastus, the Managing Director of MTC. Your unwavering support and genuine interest in our institution have been invaluable. We have worked hand in glove over the years to enable industry and research collaboration under the banner of the High-Tech Transfer Plaza Select, also known as HTTPS. We've run multiple hackathons, as you know, for the Pertinent Industry 4.0, technology innovations. We've recently established the Bloomberg Financial Lab. With your continued partnership and dedication and support, we are confident that the future of a digitally informed Namibia is a reality. So a sincere gratitude to you, Dr. Erastus. Thank you so much for your support. Let's give him a round of applause. Dear NAS community, ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome Dr. Happy Sithole as the inaugural keynote speaker of this conference, which seeks to explore a wide range of emerging technologies in the National Integrated Cyber Infrastructure System at CSIR South Africa. I'm grateful for your ongoing assistance with the National Integrated Cybersecurity Infrastructure System since 2016 and for facilitating the installation of the high performance computing system at NAS. We are excited to welcome you to this vibrant forum, and we look forward to building strong synergies and collaborative networks that will shape the future of high performance computing, AI, and communications technologies. So thank you so much for your support in this regard. Ladies and gentlemen, the results of this conference will only hold true value if they are effectively communicated to the end users and translated into practical applications. It is essential that the insights and innovations generated here do not remain confined to theory, but are actively utilized to create real-world impact. In particular, this conference will focus on the following: showcasing new technologies, sharing experiences, and fostering dialogue on future solutions for designing wired and wireless networks, high performance computing, emerging and intelligent systems, smart communications and networking, IoT automation, vehicle communication, AI, edge computing, blockchain, cybersecurity, and more. Facilitating international discussions on innovative topics by bringing together more than 300 participants, including researchers from more than 25 countries across Africa, tells us a story of a South-South collaboration. Countries across Africa, but also as far as United Kingdom, European Union, and Asia. This conference is highlighting the ETNCC's global relevance with an impressive 645 paper submissions received. 645 paper submissions received. That is remarkable. Now I'm informed that following a rigorous international peer review process, 249 papers were accepted into the main technical program, including 21 papers from NAS. Well done. 21 papers from NAS, of which 18 come from the famous Faculty of Computing and Informatics. Well, I'm also informed that 38% acceptance rate reflects the competitive nature of the conference, and it underscores ETNCC's growing prestige and popularity within the research community. We have, ladies and gentlemen, invited distinguished speakers recognized as leading experts in their fields, whose insightful keynote addresses are sure to expand our horizons and spark innovative research ideas. Alongside these keynote speakers and keynote presentations, the conference will include parallel technical sessions and interactive workshops. I'm sure this would be quite useful to our students. This well-rounded program is crafted to promote active engagement, providing every attendee with plentiful opportunities to share knowledge, present research findings, and participate in meaningful discussions. Director of Ceremonies, I would like to commend our Faculty of Computing and Informatics for their dedication and exceptional effort in organizing this conference. Let us give them a round of applause, please. I am confident that this event will serve as a valuable platform to enhance our collaborations in knowledge sharing, while also driving joint research initiatives and product commercialization within the research community. It is my hope that this conference will lay the groundwork for the development of innovative ideas that contributes to a brighter future. In closing, please allow me to express my heartfelt gratitude to all participants who have traveled from near and far to be with us here in Namibia. Are there attendees from outside the confines of our beautiful country who are visiting us in person here this morning? Anyone? If we could rise and so we can just acknowledge your presence. Thank you. Welcome, welcome, welcome indeed. Welcome to Namibia. If it's your first time here, I'm sure you will find not only the hospitality of our nation, but also the beautiful countrysides of this country. If you had an opportunity, hopefully get an opportunity to visit outside Windhoek. We say here, if you are kissed by the warm rays of Namibia, you will always come back to this beautiful country. So we hope that you will get an opportunity to explore the rest of this beautiful country. So welcome. We are delighted to have you with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to just acknowledge once again that your presence and active engagement are invaluable and will significantly contribute to the success of this conference. I encourage you to take full advantage of this opportunity to forge new connections and cultivate collaborations that will drive the future of research and innovation forward. I thank you and I wish you productive discussions ahead.
Thank you so much, Professor Narma. Your words remind us that innovation begins with leadership. Colleagues, don't we agree? Innovation begins with leadership, and here NAST is leading the change. ETNCC 2025 is not just a conference, it's a declaration that Namibia is ready to lead in digital transformation across the continent. Thank you so much for establishing the protocol, as well as for the insightful and powerful welcome note, sir. At this point in time, I'm going to introduce and call upon a face that is not new to all of you. Colleagues, can we put our hands together as we invite Professor Damsing, the UNESCO chair who is actually leading and convening this particular conference. He is also the TPC chair, Technical Program Committee chair, as well as the Association for Computing Machinery chair. And we're really excited for him to come and just give us a run through of how the program is structured today. Thank you, Prof. Singh.
Director Ceremony, the Vice Chancellor, Secretary General Netcom, Chair IEEE South Africa Section Online, Pro Vice Chancellor, CEO of the MTC, representative from NCRST, my colleague Dr. Siamo, Director of Open Science from South Africa, Dr. Anna Matros, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Good morning. On behalf of the Technical Program Committee, I am pleased to present the overview of the hybrid 2025 Emerging Trend in Network Computer Communications Conference. The International Conference on Emerging Trend and Network Communications is being organized by the UNESCO Chair on Secure High Performance Computing for Higher Education Research, the Faculty of Computing Informatics, in hybrid mode from August 5th to 7, 2025. The conference is co-sponsored by South Africa section as well as supported by IEEE Region 8. ETNCC features a high quality technical program across a wide range of research areas in high performance computing and emerging trend in artificial intelligence, network and computer communications. Director Ceremony. The conference serves as the global platform for discussing innovative topics. This year, ETNCC received an impressive 645 submissions following through a rigorous double-blind review process. 249 papers were accepted for the presentation in the technical program. We are proud to host participants from more than 25 countries across 4 continents at the ETNCC 2025. With the acceptance rate 38%, the conference maintained a competitive standards, underscore ETNCC global recognition and prestigious within the international research community. The accepted paper has been divided into 40 technical sessions. A workshop on high performance computing will be organized in conjunction with the conference. A distinguished speaker session will organize at the conference just after the inaugural session in room A. We have 5 rooms. All accepted and presented paper will be published in the IEEE Explorer and become a part of the world highest quality body of technical literature in computing, informatics, science, engineering and technology. The paper will be indexed in top tier database like Web of Science, Scopus, DBLP and more. The conference agenda is rich and diverse, comprising an inaugural session, distinguished speaker address, a 40 technical session, the African Research Symposium, a faculty research seminar, and HPC workshop and the validity session. Day 1, August 5th. First day of the conference began with the inaugural session, followed by the distinguished speaker session, which includes 5 keynote speeches. In the afternoon, 10 parallel sessions will be organized in 2 slots for 57 oral presentation. Day 2, August 6th, the second day of the conference, the Faculty of Computing and Informatics Research Day will be held in conjunction with the conference. The purpose of this collaboration is to increase the number of research publications within the faculty, enhance research quality, so that the outcome can be shared with the public and potentially scale for widespread use, contributing to improved quality of life and social prosperity. Faculty Research Day and inaugural sessions, a keynote addresses, an African Research Symposium, and also the research seminar. The African Research Symposium program includes an invited speaker, oral presentations by researchers from Faculty of Computing Informatics and Namibian Institute, other faculties from the NUST, as well as other African institutions and organizations. The event provides a valuable platform for faculty members, research scholars, and students to showcase their research capabilities. Research Day foster communication and collaboration among researchers at the university as well as at the national and the international level. Following the inaugural session, 2 time slots will be allocated, each featuring 5 parallel sessions to accommodate a total of 71 presentations. Additionally, 2 time slot will be included, 7 parallel sessions to accommodate 37 oral presentations. An FCI research seminar will be organized and 25 abstract presentation will be presented in 3 sessions by FCR scholars and faculty members. Day 3rd on August 7, 3 time slot will be scheduled. Each comprises 5 parallel sessions to accommodate 83 oral presentation followed by the validity session. A total of 447 reviewers contribute to the review process. I'm repeating again. A total of 447 reviewers around the world contributed to review the process. Each paper was evaluated by at least 2 reviewers and additionally checked by the member of the program committee. I would like to thank all the reviewers and program committee members for their time, efforts, and voluntary services to the conference. We warmly thank to keynote speaker, the session chair, session moderator, all researchers and the scientists who contributed to the conference organization with their time and efforts. But above all, we will thank to all the authors and the presenters for making the ETNCC conference a great success. Thank you to everyone who contributed to technical program, the authors and the reviewers, and the technical program committee members for their time, work, and availability of the papers. We already planned this conference, the next edition from 4 to 6 August in 2026. On the behalf of Technical Program Committee, I wish you a productive and enjoyable conference. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Damsing. Colleagues, for those which I believe not so many of you would fall in that category, for those that don't know him, is there anyone in the room who doesn't know Prof. Singh? Just allow me to just say a few words about him. Professor Damsing is a researcher and innovator par excellence. I always refer to him as the gentle giant, but in his silence, he makes extraordinary impact. He embodies the essence of the UNESCO Unit Twin vision of building capacity, fostering collaboration, and advancing excellence through science. Thank you so much, sir, for your dedication to research and human capacity development. You don't make noise, you just do it. Thank you so much. And we are so proud that once again, we are hosting this very important conference here at NAST. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. My next speaker is a colleague and friend. I feel humbled to be able to call him a friend. Please bring your hands together as we welcome Mr. Geinot Pipemeyer, Secretary General of the Namibia National Commission for UNESCO. Like I said, a dear friend of NAST, a loyal servant of our beautiful Namibia, and he has served in multiple roles, even at the National Commission on Research, Science and Technology, and he continues to play a pivotal role in linking local excellence with global opportunity. Welcome, sir. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies, for those kind words. Yes, it's been a long journey up to now. So, Director of Ceremony, since the protocol has been established, so let me allow to stand on the established protocol and therefore go directly into my address. Distinguished stakeholders and partners of the UNESCO community, it is my privilege to join you in the opening of this distinguished conference. I extend my sincere thanks to the organizers of these important platform that convenes the experts from academia, industry, and public institution in pursuit of assured learning and technological advancement. The Namibian National Commission for UNESCO is proud to be involved with the Unit Win program. Now, those who don't know what the Unit Win program is, it stands for the University Twinning and Networking Program from UNESCO, and also part of this UNESCO chair. So we are proud to be involved with the UNESCO chair on securing high performance computing for higher education and research, which is hosted by this university, the Namibian University for Science and Technology. Now I can also use the acronym and don't need to have the long sentence. So the 2025 ETNCC is not only an academic forum, but a call to ensure that research drives meaningful change in society. Science, technology, and innovation must translate into solution to shape policy, improve lives, and support inclusive development. While earlier contributions have rightly highlighted the technical scope of the chair and its research area, I would like briefly to reflect on the international prestige and weight and responsibility that accompany the title of UNESCO Chair. Globally, UNESCO chairs represent excellence in research, innovation, and international cooperation. They form part of a highly regarded network of institutions dedicated to advancing knowledge in service and implementation of sustainable development goals. These chairs benefit from access to international conferences, research networks, and critical information on emerging funding opportunities. Yet, in the context of a country such as Namibia, while relatively small in population and limited institutional capacity, limited in terms of number of institutions, the expectation placed on UNESCO chair are very difficult and very different. Securing a UNESCO chair in Namibia is not only a recognition of academic or above academic merits, but also a commitment and added responsibility. It demands additional research, increased publication output, and increased effort to attract resources. These are not responsibilities that come with built-in funding or guaranteed support. They rely heavily on the initiative and persistence of the shareholders. For this reason, it is essential that university and national system acknowledge the strategic value of hosting a UNESCO chair by making the necessary provision in terms of time, teaching time, staffing, and institutional backing. And I think it is prudent to also substitute the word backing with banking, because that is also a very important component. So the sustainability of such undertaking depends on all of those three factors. Distinguished stakeholders and partners in the UNESCO community, technologies such as high-performance computing, artificial intelligence, and intelligence network are no longer the future. They are here. And their transformative value must lie in how they are deployed to improve life. In Namibia, these tools must ultimately contribute to the kind of human-centered development that UNESCO places at the heart of its mission. In this regard, this 4-year-old Param Arup, I don't know if I pronounce it correctly, but I was told it's the ultimate cheetah if you translate it in both Hindi and Khoekhoegowab. This high-performance computing system is a national achievement. It demonstrates that locally driven solutions can meet global standards and directly support national progress. This system provides supercomputing capabilities that are not only advanced, but also are accessible. It serves as a powerful platform for innovation for all of the 5 UNESCO program areas of education, natural sciences, social and human sciences, culture, communication, and information. So I want to take this opportunity to commend Professor Dharam Singh Yat for his dedication and visionary guidance. Your work has set a high standard and continues to inspire new thinking and broader participation in the digital transformation agenda. Distinguished stakeholders and partners in the UNESCO community, from a UNESCO's perspective, this conference is a vital demonstration of how knowledge exchange and international collaboration can advance both local priorities and global goals. The work of a UNESCO chair at NUST embodies the spirit of the Unit Win program by fostering innovation, research excellence, and inclusive development with impact. We trust that the discussions held will generate fresh ideas, strengthening partnership, and inspire practical solutions that align with UNESCO's values of equity, sustainability, and scientific cooperation. Namibia's efforts, though from a very small nation, have shown a meaningful contribution to the global knowledge community, which were clearly outlined and highlighted by the previous speakers. And it also shows the vision and commitment. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pepnier, for those words. I don't need to reiterate or to add or take anything away, but just to appreciate you. And thank you for reminding us that UNESCO isn't just a partner, it's a passport to global collaboration, and your continued support has ensured that Namibia's voice in science, education, innovation resonates far beyond our borders. Thank you, sir. My next speaker, colleagues, put your hands together as I call upon the next speaker, who is going to be standing in for Dr. Professor Alicia Peters, the CEO of the National Commission on Research, Science and Technology. So our next speaker is actually Dr. Simeon Hamukoshi. Dr. Simeon? Yes. Dr. Simeon Hamukoshi is a scientist and researcher in the office of the CEO at the SRST, and someone who's really deeply committed to driving Namibia's research and innovation agenda. If I were asked to just say that in a different way, I'll say the person you're looking at is responsible for strategic projects within the SRST. He advises the CEO. He steers high-impact policy research and plays a pivotal role in guiding Namibia's integration of artificial intelligence. Should I say more? Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremony, for such a wonderful introduction. As introduced, I'm Simeon Hamukoshi, and I'm a Strategic Projects Coordinator at the National Commission on Research, Science and Technology in the Office of the CEO. So it's such an absolute honor to stand in front of you today as I stand in on behalf of Professor Nisha Peters, who could not make it today due to other equally important commitments. Equally so, since the protocols have already been established, kindly please allow me to proceed. So I'll read Prof. Peters' short remarks as follows. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a profound honor and distinguished privilege to lend my support to the esteemed 5th International Conference on Emerging Trends in Networks and Computer Communications, which is the ETNCC, proudly hosted today by the Namibia University of Science and Technology. I am sincerely privileged to address this distinguished assembly of scholars, educators, pioneering innovators, transformative reformers, visionary leaders, accomplished engineers, and forward-thinking information architects. Your collective contribution not only shaped the present landscape of global technology, but also lay the groundwork for a more interconnected and intelligent future. The gathering stands as a testament to the power of collaboration, insight, and unwavering dedication to progress. I'm deeply inspired to engage in meaningful dialogue with such an exceptional community. Research, science, and technology are fundamental forces driving empowerment of individuals while fostering inclusivity and equality across societies. These fields not only expand the horizon of human knowledge, but also create opportunities for diverse communities to participate meaningfully in the digital and technological revolution. Building upon the remarkable achievement and momentum of previous editions of the ETNC, which is 2023, and ETNCC 2025, we look forward to ETNC 2025. We look forward to ETNCC 2025 emerging as a pivotal milestone. This upcoming event is set to showcase groundbreaking advancements and innovative discussions in the realm of high-performance computing, artificial intelligence, and future networks. By bringing together leading experts, researchers, and practitioners, ETNCC 2025 aims to catalyze collaboration, inspire new ideas, and accelerate the development of transformative technologies that will shape the future of our interconnected world. We are truly delighted to lend our support to this prestigious conference and would like to express our sincere gratitude to the UNESCO Chair of Secure High Performance Computing for Higher Education and Research at NAS, which is Prof. Damsine. Their invaluable leadership and dedication have been instrumental in the successful organization and execution of this event. We deeply appreciate their commitment to advancing knowledge and fostering collaboration in the field, which has made this conference a significant milestone for all participants involved. Director of Ceremonies, I'm truly delighted to learn that the Faculty of Computing and Informatics, which is the FCI, at the Namibia University of Science and Technology, will be hosting the FCI Research Day and the African Research Symposium, which is the ARS 2025. This event will be held under the powerful theme of a decade of societal empowerment with technological innovations and research for national development. I repeat, a decade of societal empowerment with technological innovation and research for national development. This significant gathering will take place in conjunction with the 2025 International Conference on Emerging Trends in Networks and Computer Communication, or the ETNCC, and will be conducted in hybrid format, both in person and online. I look forward to the insight and innovations that will emerge from this important occasion. It gives me great pride to welcome you all to the ETNCC 2025, a conference that stands as a beacon of innovation, collaboration, and academic excellence. The proceedings from this conference will be submitted to IEEE Explore and are expected to be indexed by internationally recognized academic databases such as the Web of Sciences, Scopus, and others. This ensures that the valuable research presented here reaches scholars, engineers, and decision makers across the globe. More than just a conference, ETNCC 2025 is a platform for academic recognition, for cross-border collaboration, and for sparking ideas that will shape the future of technology. It also offers us a remarkable opportunity to showcase Namibia's growing leadership in digital innovation, a reflection of our national commitment to embrace technology as a driver of inclusive development and sustainable growth. High-performance computing and artificial intelligence are rapidly becoming central to the modern workplace, propelled by exceptional advancement in computing power and availability of big data. This transformative revolution demands that we embrace a mindset of adaptability and move beyond linear, rigid ways of thinking. It is therefore encouraging to see NAST adopting a forward-thinking approach by establishing an international platform where researchers can actively contribute to the fourth industrial revolution. I'm confident that this conference will significantly enhance knowledge and drive progress in the scientific and technological innovation. Let us use this moment not only to share knowledge, but to build enduring partnership, to inspire our youth, and to reaffirm our shared vision for a digital empowered Africa. We look forward to continuing our support for the next iteration of this conference. Once again, congratulations to all of you for participating in this conference. I'm confident the coming days will be filled with fruitful and rewarding exchanges. I wish you a very success in this important endeavor. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hamukoshi, and do extend our appreciation to Professor Anissa Peters for that unwavering support. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, leads one of the continent's most influential professional bodies in engineering and technology. He will be joining us online. I will deliberately skip his first name and just call him Dr. Akuru. He is the chair of the IEEE South Africa section and a respected voice in the advancement of smart energy systems, innovation ecosystems, and engineering education across Africa. He represents a community that doesn't just build technology, but shapes how it serves people. So please, let's put our hands together and appreciate Dr. Akuru, who will be joining us online. Sir, if you can hear me, just say 1 or 2 words, but the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Thank you for the introduction. And I also want to appreciate the organizers of this conference, starting with the Vice Chancellor of Herald, Naumab. Thank you for the invitation once again. It's always a pleasure to join this conference that is gaining traction year in, year out. On that basis, I will congratulate Prof. Sinj for all the efforts in putting it together with his team and every other keynote person present this morning for this inaugural meeting of this conference, as well as yourself, distinguished delegates for this conference. I'm happy to be here, and thanks for the invitation. Okay, so just very quickly, I'm not sure if my PowerPoint is visible. I hope it is. And I would just want to quickly speak on part of what we do in IEEE. I think the topic is, for me, more motivated because of currently the political structure in Namibia that sort of promotes women, I mean, the highest office in the land. I guess it's also cuts across in all spheres. And for us as a professional body, I just want to emphasize also what we do in this regard as IEEE. Okay, but I was speaking from my current position as the chairperson for the section here in South Africa. As I've been introduced, my name is Udo Chukwubola Akuru. I'm also an academic employed at the Tshwane University of Technology in South Africa. So my topic will be IEEE Women in Engineering Affinity Group, Developing and Empowering Women Professionals. Okay, so by way of a brief background of who I am. So I've been involved with IEEE for more than a decade now. I think I should be getting up to 15 years, plus or minus 15 years in IEEE. Right even before I joined IEEE, I volunteered for the institutes in different capacities. But I became a member as far back as 2013. And I also was elevated to senior member in 2019. I've been involved in different committees in IEEE, and I also, like I've mentioned, I'm employed at TUT here in South Africa. Okay, that's just a brief profile of myself. Yeah, so IEEE, what does it mean? IEEE stands for Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. That is basically what the acronym IEEE stands for. Yeah, so we are a world professional organization. In terms of our demographics, we claim to be the largest, one of the largest in the world. As of last year, we have on the system close to 500,000 membership. But of course, you know, annually we do some re-evaluation based on renewal of membership. So just before we did that, we clocked for the first time, I think, in history, more than 500,000 membership. And well, normally we range between 400 to 450,000 on the average. So on that basis, IEEE and its members inspire a global community through their highly cited publication, conferences, technology standards, professional and educational activities. This conference you are attending at this point is actually technically sponsored by IEEE. That is why after the conference, the technical proceedings and some of the talks from this conference will be hosted in our online digital library called IEEE Explore. What are the key values we promote? Technical innovation, cutting-edge information, networking opportunities, as well as exclusive member benefits. So being a member of IEEE sort of exposes you to a number of benefits, and I think that is one of the highlights for me. As a member from time, I have been exposed to a lot of benefit in terms of networking, professional development, career, and so much I can assure you. So we call this exclusive member benefit. So for you to really tap into these ones, you really need to come in and be part of us. The mission and the vision is as shown on the screen. Our mission is to foster technological innovation and excellence for the benefit of humanity. So as you could see also from our official logo, the motto is advancing technology for humanity. So whatever we do, basically we are looking at how much society and humanity are impacted. For example, I guess many of us, we might be connected to the Wi-Fi where we are. The standards that sort of developed the Wi-Fi technology was based on IEEE technology. And there's so many other things, I mean, time will fail me to mention, but IEEE has not only impacted, technical fields in terms of developing of the profession, but also the wider society in terms of how this technology are deployed and assessed by all. Quickly, I want to maybe run you through the organization because of what I would, this talk is based on or centered on. So IEEE as a body sort of runs around its members. So now today I am a section chair, tomorrow I could be a region director, and who knows, maybe the other day I can become the president of IEEE. And it doesn't really matter where you are based or who you are or where you work. As long as you are a member, you are a stakeholder. And that is basically the idea of being a member of IEEE. The more you commit to the organization as a voluntary effort, then you are exposed to all these opportunities. So technically speaking, the members are right at the top. So the leadership of IEEE is run by its members. But of course, there is the board of directors and there is also the assembly. So the assembly is made up of the president and a couple other people like the directors and the technical board directors, as well as the executive committee, which was usually there, but these days is silent. And of course, you know, the president, when they come in, they become the president. They first of all become the president-elect, then the substantive president, and the past president. So 3 years they have to serve this purpose. But for the board of directors, so these are the 4 areas that govern the major IEEE areas of interest. We're talking about the Educational Activity Board. We're talking of IEEE USA Board. Please take note, IEEE was started in the USA, so we still have majority of our members there. Even if today there is so much diversity in terms of how it has spread globally. So of course there is a board just for IEEE USA. Then of course there is the Membership and Geographic Activities Board, and this is what cuts across every member in IEEE, especially what I want to talk about with the women in engineering. There's also the Publication Services and Product Board. These are board that deals these on our publications, our transactions, our conference proceedings, and the likes. Then, of course, there is the Standards Association Board as well as the Technical Activities Board. So the technical activities are special areas of technical interest. So they cover special areas of technical interest in the broad spectrum of electrical and the associated engineering fields. Okay, so the next thing is in terms of its structure. So when we look at IEEE, so right there is the section, and this is where I sit as chair of South Africa section. But of course, you see above the section, we have the regions. And you can see the region connects directly to the membership and geographic activities board. It's one of the boards I mentioned in the previous slides. Now, coming down back from the sections, we have our technical chapters. So these are technical chapters defined by the special technical areas of interest, maybe electromagnetics, maybe circuits, maybe industry applications. I'm sure most of you are familiar with the different technical chapters we have in IEEE. Then we also have the affinity groups. So the affinity groups is actually what one of them I'm looking at today, which is the women in engineering. But of course, there is a young professional, there is the life member committee and the others. So, but going down from there, you now have the student branches as well as the student branch chapter. So the student branch chapter is usually linked with the technical council. So you have specific technical council speaking directly on specific technical areas of interest where students can begin to align while they are still studying. So the student branches and student branch chapters are usually located within the university, within the higher educational institution. Okay, and also within the affinity group, we also have what we call the section affinity group, as well as the student branch affinity group. And like I said, the women in engineering is one of these affinity groups that members can align with in order to explore for their benefit. So members participate in their local group activities within this affinity group. For example, as I'm looking at this talk. And there are different affinity groups. I've also mentioned it already. So there's the affinity groups based on the section where it belongs, like IEEE South Africa. We have a women in engineering affinity group. Then in the student branches within the universities where we have our student branches, we could also have a student branch affinity group that speaks more to the objectives of the WE as we are going to look as we proceed. Okay, so what is the mission for the women in engineering? Why do we have this affinity group in IEEE? So the mission is to connect, support, inspire women and girls worldwide and facilitate their recruitment in the science, technology, engineering, and medicine fields, thereby fostering technological innovation, excellence for the benefit of humanity. So it speaks more to the overall objective of IEEE, which is advancing technology for humanity. But now specifically looking at how women and girls can, become the drivers of this objective. Basically, that is why the WE was formed. So what are the mandates? Just to summarize very quickly, number one is to provide assistance with the formation of new WE affinity groups and support ongoing activities. So like we said, these groups are usually within the local units where members, operate, and we try to bring the objectives, provide support so that these groups can be set up in order to get these benefits, objectives closer to the people. So it recognizes the outstanding achievements of women in electrical and electronics engineering. Please, when we talk electrical and electronics, so if you're not in electrical and electronics, don't say you have nothing to do with IEEE. I can assure you, IEEE are sort of diverse beyond, being a field in electrical and electronics. We're talking of, in medicine, we're talking of even in social sciences, we're talking of any area where technology is needed, IEEE cuts across. And there is always a relevant technical unit or a field to speak to wherever you belong. So IEEE, the IEEE WE is also meant to organize workshops at major technical conferences to enhance networking and promote membership in the IEEE WE. So we could, for example, in this conference, also have a workshop specifically dedicated for this purpose. Maybe we can explore that as we proceed with the conference in future. We also advocate women in leadership roles in IEEE governance, career advancement for women in the profession. Currently, the president of IEEE is a woman, and I think the president-elect is also a woman. So, we really promote women leadership to the highest hierarchy position. We also dare to promote members' grade development for women. So IEEE has different member grades. You will spare me the details, but of course, the highest of them is the fellowship, of which you cannot really apply for it. It will be based on your distinguished role that you have had in society, you'll be nominated and you'll be accorded that honor. But of course, the highest you can apply for is a senior member, which is also a big honor, which shows that you have really attained a level in your professional career. Then also it facilitates development of programs, activities that promote entry into and retention of women in engineering programs. So like, we have we at the schools, so we are also trying to prepare, members right from their studying into getting into their career. So that is one of the objectives, networking. Then of course there are other sort of community related impacts, like going to high schools and maybe primary schools to sort of mentor young women in order to begin to prepare them for a career within the engineering profession. So let's look briefly at the membership. So membership, it will surprise you to know, is open to both men and women. I guess most of you are thinking, well, this is not something for me today. But if you are a man, I can assure you, you can also be a WE member. As a matter of fact, a third of the membership of WE is male. So it's very interesting, actually. So, but of course, for us to be a member, there will be some dues. On the average, is $25 per year. But the benefit outweigh, as we always say with IEEE, the dues you pay annually. But of course, for student members, graduate student members, life members, the dues are completely waived. And you must be, of course, an IEEE member in order to be a WE member. And this is just an idea of the current demographic. I think this data was based for some, I think maybe 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. So currently we have like approximately 20,000 plus WE members globally. So it's quite a lot. And of course, you can see we have 900 plus WE affinity groups scattered all over the world. I've mentioned what the affinity groups is the local units. And of course, the WE is present in more than 100 countries. Okay, volunteering. So generally, I will just let you know that to tap into the resource of IEEE, you need to be an active volunteer. So like one of us, for example, myself being a chair, I'm not on a salary, I'm not on a payroll. So, but you could be able to explore so many benefits by being a member of IEEE through the efforts you put in to develop the profession as well as to develop the unit. So there are some information how you could set up the WE in your location. Like in NOST, we could decide to set up a WE, but I know we have some challenges currently in Namibia. We have not really had IEEE in the section, but we are making those plans. Hopefully in the future we can do that. And there are a lot of funding opportunities also available. I'm sure the slides will be made available to us, and so many activities also you can participate in.
Due to the absent, my apologies for that.
Okay, no, it's fine. I just quickly round up then. Okay, so in essence, what I'm saying is that the WE offers you opportunity for, as a member, especially women, to be connected, supported, inspired for networking and professional development. And as WE member, we have opportunity to join our local community for greater value and impact. And there are many other opportunities available as you volunteer as a WE member. Program director, thank you so much. I appreciate the honor. You can follow our Facebook, our LinkedIn page, and thank you for giving me the honor to speak during this conference.
Thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause. Change the agenda. When Dr. Leakey was supposed to speak, did anyone notice something that was a bit strange in the room? Anyone? Okay, at the time that you were supposed to speak, Anna stepped out. And under no circumstances are you able to speak without Anna making eye contact and clapping her hands along the sides. So Dr. Anna, that one was for you. You owe me. So our next speaker is Dr. Leakey Erastus, the Managing Director of MTC Namibia. He is a proud NAST alumnus whose leadership at the helm of, he's at the helm of one of Namibia's digital giants, and he has shaped the nation's technological landscape. He leads with clarity, ambition, and values that transcend the boardroom championing connectivity, inclusion, need I have to repeat inclusion, and innovation. His long-standing collaboration with NAST has helped nurture the next generation of digital talent and thinkers. So, ladies and gentlemen, please bring your hands together as we invite Dr. Licky Rastus to the podium. Sir, the floor is yours.
Director of Ceremonies, we are indeed in the space of innovation. How quickly you fixed your error. You are very innovative. I always find joy to be one of the speakers somewhere in the middle, because even I think a few days ago, I was at an event where I was with the Minister of ICT, and one of the speakers there had a salutation for almost 3 to 5 minutes. And I was whispering to her to say, Comrade Minister, can you please look into trying to get a template for salutations? Because I'm one of those that is always standing on the protocols that has been established. So, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I feel honored that I'm receiving my flowers while I'm alive. It's very rare. Thank you, MC. It is always indeed a pleasure to address you at this conference. And every year, it's just the year that changes. This year, it is 2025, the International Conference on ETNCC. I'm following your example. I think the VC have done the honors for us to tell us what the acronym stands for. And it seems during this week, we'll be hearing a lot of acronyms. We are honored to participate in this important gathering, and I extend a sincere appreciation to NAST for hosting us and convening a platform that brings together leaders from across the sector. The 2025 edition of ETNCC, supported by the IEEE and organized under the auspices of the UNESCO Chair in Secure High Performance Computing for Higher Education and Research at NAST. Now, I am very deliberate that I am not using an acronym for Secure High Performance Computing for Higher Education, because I'm waiting for the Kwanyama in me to come out. Just imagine if I have to use that acronym. This year's theme resonates strongly with the challenges and opportunities we face. High performance computing, artificial intelligence, and secure communications are no longer aspirational concepts. They are central to how we operate, compete, and deliver meaningful impact. These technologies are not only shaping business decisions, but are also influencing national development goals and societal priorities. As we navigate this evolving landscape, we must ask the critical questions. How do we build resilient and scalable digital infrastructure? How do we support innovation while ensuring equitable access and inclusion? And how do we maintain robust security frameworks without stifling openness and collaboration? In front of me is PVC Reed, Prof. Stephens from the University of Namibia. And this is really indeed a demonstration of what the intent was for the HTTPS. What we have been saying with the VC is that we need to push for openness and collaboration. We need to provide thought leadership, especially for such a small community as Namibians. We need to all work together. PVC Reed, it's good to have you here this morning. This conference provides an important platform for dialogue, knowledge exchange, and the forging of partnerships that can carry us forward. Ladies and gentlemen, the ETNCC 2025 conference offers a timely and important platform to explore the transformative impact of digital innovation in enhancing global connectivity and fostering inclusive, sustainable growth. As the world becomes increasingly interconnected, emerging technologies such as high-performance computing, artificial intelligence, edge intelligence, and next-generation networks are rapidly reshaping industries, societies, and daily lives. However, this digital evolution also introduces significant security challenges. The growing Internet of Things ecosystem expands the potential attack, introduces new vulnerabilities, and adds to the complexity and diversity of modern networks. The increased connected systems make securing digital infrastructure more demanding than ever. ETNCC 2025 brings together leading experts, researchers, and practitioners to address these urgent issues, share cutting-edge insights, and develop collaborative strategies for safeguarding the future of networked technologies. The research papers presented at this conference propose scalable and adaptive security solutions tailored for next-generation networks, including 5G and 6G technologies. Future networks are expected to support a broad spectrum of low-latency Internet of Things applications, necessitating resilient and adaptable security frameworks to guarantee reliable and secure connectivity. Director of Ceremonies, this conference unites experts, leaders, and innovators from around the globe to accelerate the pace of innovation. Researchers representing more than 25 countries convene to share advancements and breakthroughs in high-performance computing. The insights and recommendations generated during the event establish a strong foundation for the ongoing development and deployment of cutting-edge solutions that will define the future of global communications. MTC aims to strengthen its relationship with NAS by broadening research collaborations in high-performance computing and future networks with the UNESCO Chair for Secure High-Performance Computing for Higher Education and Research, Faculty of Computing and Informatics, as well as departments that is critical for collaboration. And this seeks to enhance these partnerships in every possible way, making them more streamlined and effective. This collaboration supports research tailored to the telecom industry needs. It offers consultancy and other industry-related services, and it also drives the growth of institute and industry cooperation. Now, to demonstrate the impact of partnerships, allow me to highlight the convergence of finance, technology, and education through a continental first right here in Namibia. The VC briefly mentioned about the Bloomberg Lab. Now, through a pioneering partnership between MTC, NAS, and NIFA, we have launched Africa's first Bloomberg Finance Lab, a state-of-the-art hub that fuses real-time financial data, AI-driven analytics, and advanced training tools into our academics and professional ecosystem. This lab, which is hosted at HTTPS, empowers students, researchers, and professionals to engage with global capital markets using the same tools as Wall Street analysts. It is not just about access, it is about transformation. It is about bridging theory with application and cultivating data literate professionals with the tools to navigate financial systems, economic analysis, and capital market dynamics, while enabling Namibia to contribute meaningfully to global research data sets, and evidence-based policy formulation. This initiative represents the future of learning, interdisciplinary and data-driven and innovation-led. It's proved that when academia, industry, and technology intersect with purpose, we unlock new frontiers. Not only in finance, but in every sector that emerging networks and digital infrastructure are set to transform. I hope you have a productive and rewarding discussion over the coming days. Wishing you great success with this important conference, and I look forward to hearing about the results. We will be glad to collaborate on the next edition of the conference. Thank you.
Now you agree with me, Dr. Anna is his greatest cheerleader. You could just hear her echoing from the far left. Thank you, Dr. Anna. Dr. Reses, thank you so much for those inspiring words and for the commitment for ETNCC 2026. Can we give him a round of applause? Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, I would want to invite Professor Bulushaba to stand and speak on behalf of Professor Andrew Nikondo, our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Teaching, Learning, and Technology. While she's coming up, I'll have an opportunity to speak about Professor Nikondo in absentia. There is one word, a sentence that comes to mind every time I think about that name. To say, behind every remarkable movement is someone who believed it was possible. So I think Professor Nikondo are some of those individuals from back in the day that believed that NAST was possible, and here we are today. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies. Like my son, who always stands on the protocol established, I will also do the same, and I'll go straight into reading Prof. Nikondo's speech. Ladies and gentlemen, a good morning to you. It is a distinct honor and privilege to deliver this address at the 2025 International Conference on Emerging Trends in Networks and Computer Communications. This prestigious event brings together researchers, academics, and industry professionals from around the globe to exchange ideas, foster collaboration, and explore the latest advancements in the dynamic fields of networking and communications. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the faculty and the UNESCO chair on technology is happening, it's refusing to move on, okay. Faculty of Computing and the UNESCO chair on secure communication networks in education. Their dedication and effort has made this gathering possible and impactful. It is also deeply gratifying to know that this event is technically co-sponsored by the IEEE South Africa section and supported by IEEE Region 8, which continue to play an instrumental role in advancing technological excellence and professional development across the region. Together, through this conference, we reaffirm our shared commitment to innovation, knowledge sharing, and the pursuit for solutions that will shape the future of education, in particular, adding new wisdom to the board of knowledge, which will inform teaching and practice in the areas of emerging technologies, such as high-performance computing and global communication networks. The conference will span 3 days and feature a diverse range of activities, including oral presentations, workshops, panel discussions, a dedicated African symposium, seminars, and invited talks. Over the course of these 3 days, I'm confident that we will engage in thought-provoking and interactive discussions, fostering a collaborative environment to disseminate and assimilate new knowledge. This gathering presents an excellent opportunity for all participants to share the outcomes of their research, exchange ideas, learn lessons, and build meaningful academic and professional connections. Director of Ceremonies. I'm deeply honored to deliver this speech and extend my sincere gratitude to everyone who is attending, is sponsored, and contributed to making this conference a lasting learning experience. I look forward to exchange of ideas and insights that will help us advance our work in this vital field. Over the course of the 3 days, we'll witness numerous engaging and impactful sessions from expert presentations. Noteworthy in the growth is that we'll also witness the growth of the conference from when it started in 2015, and I had the honor to deliver the vote of thanks that year. The conference featured only about 33 papers. By 2023, the number had grown to 46 papers, followed by 126 papers in 2024. This year, the conference has accepted 249 papers, a clear reflection of its growth and progress over the years. With the current paper acceptance rate of 30%, we can attest to the significant growth that the conference has had over the years. Director of Ceremonies, allow me to invite the participants to a fruitful discussion, and I hope this conference continues to serve as a valuable international platform for exchange of ideas and knowledge. I wish you a fruitful engagement. I thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Bunushava. Colleagues, in as much as you are speaking on behalf of the Deputy Vice Chancellor, I think it's equally important for us to give a round of applause and acknowledge that she, in her own right, is a decisive leader who has positioned the Faculty of Computing and Informatics at the forefront of digital transformation in Namibia and beyond. Thank you so much for the role you have played, for being a great steward. We appreciate the collective work that is being done and led by your faculty. Thank you once again. Our next speaker is a globally respected scholar, trailblazing leader, and champion for health equity through science, innovation, and collaboration. Professor Christina Stephan, we are so excited that you have made time to be with us this morning, and we call upon you to deliver your remarks, and we are so excited that we continue to see the collaboration between the two giant universities in Namibia. The floor is yours, ma'am. Thank you.
If you are excited, you cannot imagine about my excitement to be here and to be invited. So thank you so much. So Master of Ceremony and of course protocol observed, please allow me to shuffle papers like Mr. Pickmeyer. So me and UNESCO, it seems that technology didn't move too fast with the previous speaker. And I'm still on the old papers, which allow me to write notes. And that made me change my speech several times. Of course, I'm honored to speak here. And of course, the excitement was shared once a lot of emotions and also maybe a little bit of fear overwhelmed me when Professor Dhaka, Professor Dan Singh, and then the Vice Chancellor, NAS, sent me the official invitation to be one of your speakers. And maybe let me start with a confession. I started to be a little bit worried as thinking about what are the expectations. So the expectations from my VC at UNAM is to remain who I am, so disruptive and innovative. But what are the expectations of my colleagues at NAST, and especially for this conference to talk about? So then I thought, okay, maybe I should talk about two things that I know the best, or I believe I know the best. but definitely are very close to my heart. And one of them is, of course, healthcare, being a professor in oncology. And then the second one, UNAM, but not UNAM as such, UNAM and NAS together. So hopefully at the end of my 10 minutes, if anyone will ask you and will give you a test, who talked about what, you will remember those two things. PVC Reed, that's apparently my nickname or my third name, because I still couldn't convince them to call me Christina. So PVC Reed talked about healthcare and the future of UNAM, NAST, not UNAM or NAST or NAST or UNAM, but NAST and UNAM together. So, of course, I see this conference, the ETNCC, that everybody knows now for what it stands for, as a vital platform to advance dialogue. Not because I like talking and networking, but I really believe this is essential. So dialogue, collaboration, and again, looking for solutions together in an era where networks, computing power, and I believe connectivity underpin every facet of our society. Again, thinking from health and education to innovation and security. So the high performance computing and communication technologies, you must agree with me, and I did research that, believe me, I'm not only in education, but a researcher as well, are the backbone of the modern scientific discovery, the industrial innovation, and also I believe strongly the development of the nation, so Namibian development. So if we talk or think about, I don't know, simulating climate models and also designing precision medicine to powering AI system and enabling next generation network, the HPC and advanced communication infrastructure drive our digital age. So again, we talk about health systems, and in the modern health systems, leveraging advanced computing and also the communication infrastructures is transforming the way of how we diagnose, how we treat, and how we prevent diseases. And again, there is no society without healthcare and education. And these are the tools, the essential tools that enable precision medicine, the large-scale data analysis, and also the real-time healthcare delivery as we wish to have a healthy nation. Again, if I look from the point of view of the synergy between HPC and communication technology, that's the way of how we are revolutionizing healthcare, having a faster research, more accurate diagnosis, personalized treatment, efficient resource allocation, that we also need to talk about that. And investing in these technologies, I believe, and I hope you agree, is vital for building resilient, innovative, and also patient-centric health systems capable of meeting future challenges. So we are meeting now at a time when data is being generated at an unbelievable, unprecedented scale. And also the demand for faster, more secure, and more efficient computation is at all-time high. So in this context, UNAM's commitment to digital transformation is there. We are building a foundation for digital health, AI-powered research ecosystems, and next-generation infrastructure that connects local relevance to global excellence. And we believe as well that research and innovation are not luxury endeavors, but they are imperatives for Namibia, and why not for Africa's future. So we are bringing and we are investing in platforms that bring together engineers, computer scientists, medical researchers. We couldn't do it without you, even if we are certain now that you will not need us anymore as doctors. Don't believe that. And social scientists, not in silos, but all together, but as one problem-solving community. I would like to highlight 3 opportunities as strategic priorities for research and innovation. 1, interdisciplinary digital research hubs. Namibia needs hubs where cybersecurity experts work alongside educators and epidemiologists, where secure computing drives genomic research, where our students learn not only to use technologies, but to build them. I know it's a big ask, but ambition is there, and I'm sure that we do have the capabilities. The second one is the Pan-African collaboration. As someone who really believes in Africa and working in more than 30 African countries, and of course another confession because I saw quite a lot of colleagues from India, Malaysia. I've been working also in 18 Asian countries as well. I strongly believe in the power of really working in collaboration. But coming back to Africa from, I don't know, let's say from Cairo to Cape Town and from Kigali to Lagos, randomly chosen these countries, right? I believe that we need to design digital systems that are interoperable and inclusive and African-born. And I believe also that through ETNCC and partners like UNESCO and of course IEEE, I think we can grow a shared research infrastructure for our continent. And thirdly, something that I'm extremely passionate and that I believe strongly is equity. Innovation for equity. Technology must serve those at the margins. We need to keep that in mind. We need to think about the others. Let us develop local language platforms, open data networks, and ethical AI tools that will solve Namibia's unique problems, from wildlife monitoring to rural broadband to climate prediction, just to get a little bit out of the space of medicine. And I'm also pleased to acknowledge and to share that 2 of our faculty members from UNAM, Mr. Anton Limbo and Prof. Daka, are serving as external researchers from UNAM with the UNESCO chair on secure high-performance computing for higher education and research. And they are also part of the technical program. There are 2, but hopefully we will be many more in the future, because as I said, it is not about NASC or about UNAM, it's about us together. So I will end by a call, of course, to action. And as we embark on this conference, I urge us all to go beyond technical presentations, maybe because I'm not in the space. Let us build bridges between discipline, between sectors, between universities, between nations. Let's be audacious in our goals and humble in our partnership. Let this be a space where new collaborations are born, new ideas take flight, and new futures are imagined for Namibia, for Africa, and for the world. And thank you once again for inviting me to be part of this important moment. I look forward to learning from you, connecting with you, and advancing together with all of you. And I wish the conference a great success.
Thank you so much, Professor Stephan, our Pro-Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation and Development at the University of Namibia. I think if I were to walk away with something, I'm quite reminded of the importance of building bridges, which I think you've emphasized. In my previous life, I had a very strong role to play when it came to partnerships and collaboration. So I'm really excited. And I think we're all inspired to make new collaborations, to be able to come up with new ideas for Namibia, for Southern Africa, and the world. Thank you so much for those powerful words. Our next speaker, colleagues, I know our program is supposed to round off at 11:05. Please do indulge us as I invite our next speaker, Dr. Happy Sithole, who's a visionary in the field of advanced computing, big data, and digital infrastructure across the African continent. Dr. Happy Sithole serves as the executive manager of the National Integrated Cyber Infrastructure System at the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research in South Africa. He has played a defining role in shaping South Africa's national high-performance computing strategy, bridging science, policy, technology for development, and his work stands as a blueprint for how infrastructure can empower research, innovation, and how data can drive transformation. I can say a lot more. Colleagues, let's put our hands together to invite Dr. Sithole and hear what he has to share with us today. Over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Program Director, for that nice introduction. I'm truly humbled by the introduction. Let me start with thanking the conference organizers, in particular, Professor Singh and the colleagues for inviting me to this conference, and also the management of University of Namibia University of Science and Technology, NUST, and of course the Science Council for Namibia, NCRST. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to stand here with the protocol that has already been observed and recognize all the dignitaries. I would also like to recognize all the conference delegates in presence there and also online. And I would like to first also start by apologizing. I really wanted to be in Namibia today, and I accepted the invitation immediately when Professor Singh shared the invitation, and only there was a little glitch that I overlooked. I did not recognize that my wife has already arranged a holiday, and it's also going with a significant milestone in our marriage, so I could not really move that, even as much how much I wanted to come to Namibia. But we shared this with Professor Singh, and we have come up with a plan. So I take in future and on the 6th meeting of ETNCC, I should be in Namibia. But looking at this, I would really like to wish the conference a very good deliberations and to really come up with solutions to the challenges. I think with some of the speakers that have already alluded, this conference and with this theme that is facing a number of challenges that needs to be solved. And I think this meeting has got that potential to be able to provide. I see the colleagues are on the podium. Am I not audible? Is everything okay on that side?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Now, I will share slides very soon. So please don't take off anything. I will share some slides quickly. So in that, there are trends that have already been alluded by the previous speakers that as we embark in this conversation, we have to be aware of. And I'm going to emphasize 5 of them. The first one that we're coming into this conference, the challenges that we have to be aware of is that as we develop these technologies, we have seen now unprecedented demand in digital infrastructure. And this demand mainly being driven by, in the past, this type of infrastructure was needed by your science and engineering, so the elite league to say. But now it goes beyond even that point. We get to eras of big data. We get into artificial intelligence, e-commerce, unique working environments where we work hybrid. And all this brings a huge demand on the infrastructure. So that's one of the things that we have to look at. We're bringing in completely different community. In the past, we looked at this infrastructure solving equations, but now they have to develop trends rather than solve equations. We're looking at the evolution in how we architect the infrastructure that we're looking at. So that is the first challenge that we have to look at. I think the other one has also been alluded by 2 or 3 speakers that as we embark on this, some of the challenges that we have to look at, I think it's the issue of security of the systems, because this is really a competitive environment. And being a competitive environment, it draws interest from various peoples, and not all of them having good intentions. So security becomes a very important issue that we have to deal with. The third point that I would like to raise is that I talked about the growing community beyond your initial scientific and engineering domains, and especially with the growth of AI. But this now brings in a tussle between, are we talking about HPC or are we talking about AI? And it's a big debate now globally that we have to look at. And with that, it brings challenges. For an example, when we built these architectures, we were looking at floating point 64, which is very important for solving scientific and engineering problems. But today, with this growth of AI, because it's looking at the more, your data processing, and you're looking at inferencing and the like, it says floating point 64 we're wasting time because the high demand is really at around floating 0.8. So, and this is not really useful for the scientific and engineering domains. So there's a big tussle in where does the technology go? Which direction does it follow? If we have to go to FP8, it means that the majority of the scientific community are lost out in the technology trends. And the only challenge here is that the business, who are the developers of the technology, that are driven by the demand, and the demand is mainly on AI, and that's where the big money is. And the scientific community do not have big banks to be able to support that. So you could imagine that the trend obviously is going to follow where the money is, and that's exactly where things are now. And for the science and engineering community is to look at, do we adapt? Do we change our algorithms to be able to follow the trends? So this big tussle of HPC and AI, and my colleagues will tell you that AI is just a big workload than HPC. There is not HPC, there's not AI. AI is just a big workload on HPC. HPC has given birth to AI. So these are very big technological trends. The other thing, colleagues, that as we sit and discuss the emerging trends, we cannot overlook one of the important things, which is now the geopolitics. And with the geopolitics being, the supply chain, that in an era of COVID-19, we realized that almost the chip manufacturing and even chip supply was a big challenge, and it's because how the world is configured. But the geopolitics even go beyond that. We are looking at things like digital sovereignty. And I think Professor Christina said it well. We have to look at how do we develop these technologies. And Prof, is not a big ask. It's a reality that the world is organizing itself. And if you do not have digital sovereignty, that could really create challenges in future. So with that program director, I thought I should share these challenges and leave them there. But what I would like to do also in setting the stage is just to share some experience on building the infrastructure and how we went through this in South Africa. And I'm going to share quickly a few slides, and hope you are able to see the slides on the other end. And I'm just going to quickly go through this, which is just what we managed to take through in South Africa and how we handle this infrastructure provision in the continent. And the first thing is that the type of infrastructure is integrated. We're talking about high performance computing, but it's intertwined with making sure that we provide the networks, and you will see that we have got high performance computing services. We've got the networking services, but also data intensive research, data intensive, in this case to provide the long-term data sovereignty. Just to pay for my lunch also here, just to share about my organization. This is where we are in South Africa. It's our building in Cape Town, but we provide computing resources to the rest of Africa, as you can see, not just South Africa, because we also support the SKA partner countries and Southern African development. This is just sharing about our organization. But the other important thing that has been highlighted is the connectedness of the infrastructure. You will see that in putting the infrastructure, it's important also to build a network. This is just the research network, and it is not connectivity for the whole of South Africa, but you will see that it's covering the whole of South Africa, making sure that all the researchers are connected. But beyond that point, we also ensure that we connect internationally with connectivity on undersea cables. So that makes sure that we can be able to have efficient data sharing and the like. But this is just to show you in terms of the infrastructure built over time, making sure that we are competitive around the world, building some of the systems that are on the top 500 in the world. And today, this is a new system, increasing demand. We going into like a 4 petaflop system. This the colleagues are busy with the installation at the moment, so this is growing. But also the diversity of infrastructure. We're looking at CPUs. We're looking at also the graphical processing unit because of this growing demand that I have indicated on AI, machine learning, and the like. That drives us to have new technologies, which are the GPUs. But one of the things that we're looking at, these are mainly funded by our governments because they are strategic assets of any nation. And what we need to be able to account to is the utilization of this. As you can see here, there's a high performance computing utilization in South Africa, and it's completely flat all the time, utilized significantly. And you can see there's growing demand that I'm talking about, even if you are running at 100%, but there's jobs that are queued. And today we're looking at over 2,000 jobs queued, waiting for processing. So huge demand. And it's utilized all across the various domains and sectors, academia, industry, science councils. We also provide this to industry because we want our industries to be competitive. As I said, these are strategic assets. We have to make sure that the nations becomes productive and competitive. So to some extent, we provide that. And you can see being interconnected again is not just looking at South Africa, but we also have got the African partners who benefit from this. I'm just sharing this slide just to show you, and we are talking about Namibia here. You can see we've got big users from Ghana, Kenya, but significantly also from Namibia. We have got this utilization. But then the small number of users from Namibia who are using the system in South Africa is because of the growth that happened in Namibia. And I would really like to applaud the management of the National University of Science and Technology in Namibia, of making sure that with some of the assets that we initially invested in NUST, there has been that growth and there has been additional infrastructure. And that is why you don't see much of the users from Namibia using the system in South Africa, because now there is the system in the country, including also University of Namibia, UNAM, and I'm glad to hear that people like Anton are also part of this broader ecosystem because that's what we wanted to build. So these are really very good developments that we see from Namibia, and they need to be applauded. I'm also sharing, these are just the various industries, as you can see, from South Africa, covering the broad range of industries, from mining, engineering firms, bioinformatics. These are the core drivers of the economy. And if they are able to use HPC systems and cyber infrastructure technology, it put us in a better footing to be competitive. Also looking at the broad range of where this infrastructure is applied. It need to be applied in key areas. I mean, here we're looking at battery manufacturing or the lithium intercalated batteries. We're looking at catalysis in auto manufacturing, drug discovery. Those are the areas where you see the utilization, and in engineering, various sectors of engineering. We're looking at designing of buildings, transport, for an example, the deployment of the train being used there. And I talked about mining and engineering firms. Again, here, one of the key mining industries, and we are looking at pyrometallurgy. So the utilization is much broader. The other thing, as I said, we're looking at digital sovereignty. And one of the key things is also with the cloud, developing private cloud which are resident in the country is very, very, very crucial. And you can see here deploying this. This has been one of the cloud systems solely in the country and being provisioned to drive some of the critical aspects of the country. Like here, we're looking at the National Policy Data Observatory. This helps the government in decision-making. The management of COVID-19 was driven by this cloud, but also most of other government services residing on this cloud. For an example, this is just one example. During COVID, vaccination certificates portal, all 65 million South Africans being able to access the vaccination certificates, print them out in the country. Management of disaster, for an example here, the KZN floods, and looking at how you coordinate various sectors in responding to such disasters. This is one of the things that we need to build, not just in South Africa, but in the region and SADC, and also across the continent. I talked about the collaboration, and here we have got the SADC ministers who are meeting every year to ensure that we have got the cyber infrastructure being coordinated across SADC. And this, just in this year, in June, the ministers agreed to another 5-year strategy, and that will be driving the cyber infrastructure, and Namibia playing a very critical role in there. So this meeting also is hosted under those developments that we like to see. And as you can see through this cyber infrastructure, various countries have got now HPC systems, and they can be able to participate. Namibia really being very active. I think out of all the countries, it is only in Namibia where we have got 2 sites that have got deployed HPC systems, and that is at NEST and also at UNAM. So, and because Namibia also plays an important role on the square kilometer array, that is why that significance in those investments. The other things that we have to look at, these challenges we cannot be able to face without building the future. And one of the things is in our students' training in cybersecurity, and the professor from UNAM, Professor Christina, you talked about training the students to build these technologies. We've got what we call the Student Cluster Challenge, where students at undergraduate are helped to build the infrastructure from scratch. And we see Namibia also participating, at least on the cybersecurity at this stage and the datathons. And we're looking forward for Namibia to also participate at the hardware level where they build the infrastructure. We can see there has been very good recognition and support from various industries. For those in the industries who are here, we're looking forward for your contribution to help this movement. look, I mean, if kids are given these opportunities, we have seen this over the years, working with the students, going into international space, and the students beating the countries with this large infrastructure and long-standing technology trends. I mean, this South Africa, you can see in 2014 becoming first, 2013 becoming first, second, worst position being in 2018 where they become third, but most of the time getting gold or just a second place. So when we invest in the youth, where there is a will, the youth can also come to the party. But also this collaboration in what we are doing in SADC has been recognized internationally. You can see getting the awards. This was from HPC Wire, and this is a team. You might see some colleagues also from Namibia. So these are the colleagues from various SADC countries. So this has been having a special awards, not once, but also we see here that this collaboration got award again for Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Leadership Award. So these are worthy causes to be supported. I think with this program director, I would really like to leave the delegates with this so that when we discuss, let's think about all these things coming together in driving how we want to shape the developments of the emerging technologies, adopting them in our countries, and applying them successfully. And with this, really, I wish I was in Namibia, but had to address the little challenge also from this side. And I wish you well in this deliberations during the next 3 days. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you so much, Dr. Happy Sithole. Without much further ado, I would want to introduce once again a speaker par excellence. Our next speaker is a leader who has redefined what it means to steward a modern, innovative African university. Under his guidance, the Namibia University of Science and Technology has experienced a remarkable transformation, strengthening global partnerships, sharpening its research agenda, and empowering the next generation of leaders in science, technology, and innovation. He has championed a vision of excellence rooted in relevance, resilience, and results. It is my honor to now welcome the man behind this mission, Professor Harold Naumab, the Vice Chancellor of the Namibia University of Science and Technology, to officially declare the 2025 International Conference on Emerging Trends in Networks and Computer Communications open. Sir, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much once again, Director of the proceedings this morning. You've invited me to do just a very simple task to declare the conference open. But I am sure that you've noticed that if you have an earlier program, the Minister of Education is the keynote speaker and was probably anticipated to open the conference officially. I must hasten to say that a recent program, you would see that the minister is not on the program because due to some, let me put it, some challenges from our side, we've not on time invited the minister. So the minister is not here out of her own accord. It's just simply that we have not had enough time to invite the minister. I just wanted to put it on record so that when you see the minister on the program, you think, why is the minister not here? Yes, but I just wanted to clarify the minister is not here because we've not time to invite the minister on time to be here. I'm sure if we had invited her on time, she would have been here. Would have loved to be here. With that, I want then to do the simple task that I was asked to do, which is to declare this ETNCC 2025 conference officially open. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir. At this point in time, my role is coming to an end, and I would want to call upon Dr. Anna Matros-Gorisis in her capacity as the Acting Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation and Partnerships to deliver the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Have to rearrange everything on the podium. So I thought, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, colleagues, friends, when the Vice Chancellor speaks, that is the end. I'm sure all of you thought that, right? Yeah. So here we are. Just very briefly, I will really not take a lot of your time. And also let me just start off by saying, this is very uncomfortable standing in between the, give me 1 second, sort myself out. Let me start by saying that I will not even try to pretend that I understand the topic on this banner or the technical depth that it needs to go through. Yeah, let me do that. Or even you would rather, let's be honest, the DVC, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation and Partnerships, would have easily and eloquently give this vote of thanks with the depth and appreciation that it deserves, especially as from a NAS perspective, we are looking at the India-Namibia Center of Excellence in Information and Technology, INSIT, to be the center strategically of what we're talking about here. But having said that, also allow me very, very briefly to talk about what we know. And when I say we, the DVC and myself, and that is what lies at the heart of our mission, which is research, innovation, entrepreneurship, and interdisciplinarity. So really, technology no longer is a standalone discipline, and Professor Sithole just eloquently indicated and also spoke to that particular element. It is really the backbone of every developmental area, be it health, finance, agriculture, etc. So if you look at all of that, and my task here is really to provide the vote of thanks, you're looking at what then, or the question would then be, what then? What does it take to organize a conference like this? So all hands on deck. We are talking about our postgraduate students, our early career researchers, our postdocs, seasoned professors alike, which we have here today. I cannot overemphasize the passion that we look at, and the dedication when I look at some of our professors in the room here to really get to where we are when it comes to a conference like this. And that again, when I talk about the postgraduate students, I also talk about the fact that they form the research culture, you know, and it speaks to driving volumes of research, the new ideas and the outputs that come out of a conference like this. And then we are saying that it is through these relationships that research culture is not only sustained, but actually elevated. So with a conference like this, we normally see the presenters, the panel, the panelists, and so on. But we forget about what happens behind the scenes. So behind the scenes, we've got invisible hands. You've got your organizers, you've got your administrators, the reviewers, the technical teams, the support staff in general, who makes it all possible. And I would like us to give a round of applause for all of those invisible hands. The dedication and the quiet excellence is recognized and appreciated. I just wanted to again reiterate on the numbers here to give you a sense of the scope. I'm sure that the VC NAST spoke to that as well, but we're talking about 645 abstracts that were submitted, 437 reviewers that painstakingly had to evaluate them so that we get to the 249 papers, record papers that were accepted and will be presented. So that speaks volumes, Professor Singh, to the quality and the rigor of this event. Another round of applause, please. Then Professor, and I would say PVC RIT, with your new name. This conference really stands as a testament to what can be achieved through collaboration. I mean, NAST and UNAM, and I believe IUM as well, Professor, really together with industry partners and global institutions like the NRF, we have representative here, have demonstrated that when academia works across boundaries, great things can happen. So again, I would like to ask for a round of applause for that collaboration. Our Vice Chancellor already emphasized that events like this are not ceremonial. With NAST, everything is strategic. So it forms part of a bigger picture. Building a strong research architecture, Professor, the PVC Red already said, it drives towards the impact that we all desire. So I trust my DVC in his absentia today will receive a synthesis, Professor Singh, on the emerging trends that will be captured throughout this conference so that we can look at where the real power of such a conference lies. And it is always the so what after this that we need to look at and that we need to address. And so I would really like to again re-emphasize on the words from Professor Christina, where she indicated to say, let's create and build a shared research architecture crossing international borders, and she said breaches, to amplify our collective impact with NCRST, thank you, Doctor, and NETCOM at the center of all of this, because this insight sets the tone of how we will move forward and address that so what after the conference. To our distinguished Master of Ceremonies, Madam Munyai, thank you for leading us with poise and professionalism, and that smile of hers that is so contagious whenever she's looking, and really appreciates the people she calls upon. So thank you very much, keeping us engaged, and I will not talk about the time, but thank you for steering the ship today. So while we are the brilliant minds are at work, as we are speaking from all the speakers we had also virtually, I would also like to especially thank NAST Hotel School, the catering team that really keeps us filled up. Mr. Apollos is busy talking at the back, but we appreciate the NAST Hotel School, the marketing team, with all the photos and the stories that will be going on socials to keep us focused and realizing once again that if the stories are not told, untold, it did not happen. So thank you for your quiet excellence as well. Finally, Professor Bonushava, I was not going to stop or say anything without really calling you up on your name. We're already looking forward to the next conference. Professor Singh said it was on the 4th and the 6th of August 2026. please already schedule it into your calendars, where we will showcase how NAST executives' vision and the collective spirit of interdisciplinarity, mentorship, and collaboration will be advanced. Again, addressing that so what. So saying thank you finally as part of the vote of thanks feels insignificant or insufficient for an event of this scale. So on behalf of the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation and Partnerships, and the entire NAST leadership, I express our deepest appreciation to all the organizers, the reviewers, the speakers, the industry partners, the sponsors, and all of you here, the participants. A round of applause to all of you. A round of applause to all of you. My name is Anna Mitras Gorises. I'm the Executive Director for Research, Innovation and Partnerships at NAST. Thank you once again, and may this conference continue to inspire new collaborations, innovative thinking, and impactful outcomes. I will not ask for a round of applause, but I will take this opportunity to ask Professor Pulushava to come to the fore to give a few small tokens of appreciation to some of the speakers. Oh, she said I should call them. All the high table people. We will start from Mr. Pittmeyer, the front row, especially, including our colleagues from NRF in the front row. Please, if you can join us up here, VC. Please don't be alarmed. Apologies for that. We are having small technical glitches with our fire alarm. At least we are happy it works. Yes, please, VC.
Thank you so much for this. Let's keep up. We'll wait for our chance. Small talk.
Thank you so much. It may look like we are taking time, but that's the least we can do from a university perspective. Please stay with us. This is our colleague from NRFVC, South Africa. He is no stranger to Namibia, and I don't know if there's a conversation happening. Maybe we can have that later.
Then I will hand over to my boss. Yes. The chairperson and the leader who made this happen. We also have a sponsorship of appreciation for yourself. Thank you.
And if I can ask Professor Singh to join, so we have a joint photo at the end with everyone here. Thank you so much, everyone. Maybe we can have some music. Do we have? No? Okay, I'm pushing it. and don't mind stop to the front, then some of us will stay. And there is the Equatorial class. In minutes.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you to all our guests online and here present. There are refreshments that will be served in the open area here at HTTPS. Please do indulge us. I am your MC. My name is Reni Munyai. Thank you so much for being a great audience. Good day.
It's free. So how can you
All right, so thank you so much for coming through, Nay. Sorry for taking a whole 5 hours. Good, good, good.
Matthew. Você não manda, cara. Ele quer assustar a cabeça. Don't keep them in the truck. It is a dog, it's what? Goed farmers net als ik anderen.
No, my medicine and fifty before. Various facilities you can have reality. Yung natin nila ka mas van FD. Se eu vou digit ko lang ako, ay digit. Papo yung sa lapos.
Ja, je kan voor ons inzetten, alsjeblieft, man.
Okay, undo. One morning people. How are you? How are you?
Good, good.
Good. Can I follow you?
Maar die kinderen nu die dat ja nog niet doorleeft. Ja. Sono che vai
Besides that, for the settlement is, but just bring the this aside first. What's the thing? Let's take the from you, please. Oh. Like, yeah, I almost think it's. Oh. Not saying I'm not inviting you again. It's your event. Now the Tronics were invited to everything, food, and lunch, dinner. It's not simple time. Ah. I can't stand it. So. Jessica, and you give them to other food. Doctor, the schedule for 2 o'clock. Instead of 2 o'clock, anyway. I have to give you the so you think now I think they are. Okay. And after that, maybe that you see. Bring those back.
Is it necessary to unplug micro? Just say something.
So, we are pulling through. I have got to mention.
Late registration. What does your register?
Yeah, we're here.
Whatever.
Good afternoon. Are you able to hear me, online people?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, you are clear.
So we are going to start maybe 10 minutes or 5 minutes later. After 5 minutes, we can start.
Yeah.
It is late already.
Oh, okay.
Camera, you can adjust a bit.
I think now is about. You'll be shifting.
Unfortunately, it's, yeah.
No, for now, everybody's there. The thing is, not. They are shifting.
You can start. Oh, you're doing my way. Yeah, we can start. Yeah, we cover it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, man. Are they three and eight? Okay, two. On the present. Everything for the side. So it's easier to action.
Good morning, colleagues. present here and the colleagues who are in online. I am the session chair for this keynote speaker. So I am Professor Diptiranjan Sahu, Professor in Namibia University of Science and Technology. And my co-chair is Professor Bosco Albert. Are you online? Professor Bosco Albert, are you online? Okay.
This is Professor.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm online, sir. I'm here, sir.
Can you
Okay.
please explain?
Okay, we will start the keynote presentations.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, Dr. NP Party is available here.
Yes, bro.
First keynote, right?
Yeah.
I just wanted to inform you.
Yeah, we can start from now.
Yeah. Just a minute.
So our first presenter is Professor Narayan Prasad Padi, who will talk about AI application in energy sustainability. Professor Padi is the chairperson and board of governor of MNIT Jaipur, India. He is the director of the MNIT Jaipur. Previously, he worked in director of he is also the director of IIT Kota, chair professor of IIT Palakkad Technology. He is a professor in electrical engineering and serves as the dean of the Academy Affairs, IIT Roorkee, founder, head Mehta Family School of Data Science and Artificial Intelligence, professor in charge of training and placement of the NIPCO and institute chair professor at IIT Roorkee, and he has highly cited publications. His paper is over 660 IIIT transitions with overall citation of 10,000 plus, H index of 50, and he has supervised successfully 23 research scholars and currently supervised 21 research scholars publishing research articles. He has collaborated with top industry, government agency, and the research laboratory. He is well recognized in international and national professional bodies like Fellow of Indian Academy of Engineering, Institution of Engineering Technology, Institution of Engineers India, Institution of Electronics Telecommunications. Dr. Padi is well awarded and honored scholarly professional at the national and international level, including Alexander Penn Humboldt Fellowships, Samantha Chandrasekhar Award, IIIT Smart City Jury Awards, Boyset Fellowship, many more. Now we welcome Professor Padi to start his presentations on AI application in energy sustainability. Professor Padi, you have 15 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for the question and answer from the online and the in-line presenters. It is up to you to start the presentation.
Okay, so thank you very much and good afternoon to all of you. Hope I am audible loud and clear. Am I audible loud and clear?
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you. Thank you. Due to sort of time, I will not be getting into too much details of AI application on energy sustainability, but I will touch upon some of the important concepts, what most of the developed nation as well as developing nation in this world is currently facing. For an example, today, look into any part of the world, almost 60 to 70% of the country do not have sustainable energy supply system. In a sense, we do have electricity supply, but it is not necessary that all the amount of energy available to us are continuous and they are actually non-interruptible. That means having reliable electric supply or reliable energy supply or reliable energy supply, especially to rural as well as semi-urban area, become a big question. Now, very quickly, just without further delay, what I wanted to highlight, I mean, Indian grid, I will be talking a little bit about Indian grid here. We can also replica most of the African grids, and then we can talk about developed nations at the end. Now, today when we talk about Indian grid, which is national synchronous grid, and which has 5 regions and considered to be one of the largest Indian energy grid of the world today. Now we have enough installed capacity, close to 475 gigawatt. Very importantly, the wind and solar, they contribute close to 150 gigawatt, almost 1/3 of the energy that is coming through renewables. Now, the biggest challenge today, renewable has many merits, but it do have certain challenges because of its intermittency and non-uniform supply chain throughout the day. So because of which actually we need to have certain sources of storing those energies. So we talk about the way solar energy is picking up in India today. It is too exponential. If you all have a look to the yellow strips, you could see how the solar energies keep on increasing, and it is expected to be significantly high in 2047. So when the solar energies keep on increasing, the wind energies keep on increasing, thermal power plants are not at all taking off, and perhaps we promote sustainability and green energy, and hence we need to have storage technology to accommodate those renewable energy coming from PV as well as wind. Now, this is what actually we are experiencing a big threat to this country in next 20 years, when the renewable energy is going to be almost, kind of taking a peak, and that time we do not have enough battery or energy storage mechanism at this point of time to store those energies available to me at any given point of the day and need to be dispatched during the peak hours, especially evening peak between 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. Now, this is what we see very clearly, that when we keep on increasing the PV, where India is one of the nations which is significantly going to get impacted with those kind of characteristics, where the PVs keep on increasing and the load characteristic, as you could see in the center, after 40 to 50% of PV penetration, I will have excess renewable energy with me, but I do not have customer to consume it during the time of availability. As you could see from the right-hand side, where there is a peak, but unfortunately, PV is not available during that time. So the target is how to move the peak PV energy available to me during the daytime to the evening peak that the nation is currently. And this is only possible through an appropriate storage technology. And to do that, there are a couple of issues and challenges that has motivated us to get into this kind of activity. First of all, reduction in global warming. That means we do not want to get into thermal power plants. We want to get into renewable, as well as we do not want to experience any peak energy deficit with renewable sources. Because peak energy deficit, as you all know, during peak hours, not meeting the consumer's requirement is known as energy deficit, that is peak energy deficit, and we like to avoid it through some excellent storage mechanism. Now, very quickly, today what is happening? Today, actually, whenever we get into renewable energy supply system, especially PV, we experience a voltage fluctuation, especially near the substation, due to PV penetration. As you all aware, whenever there is an injection of PV energy to a particular substation or a grid or a substation, the nearby buses of that substation will experience a voltage increase. Very basic concept. If you inject P, the voltage is expected to increase. Now, second, we are not able to operate in islanded mode as on today whenever there is main grid failure. And finally, unintended trip become a very common scenario, especially for rural areas, and that need to be addressed. All the problems can easily be addressed by putting a storage technology very near to a substation, keeping in mind the way the solar rooftop is keep on increasing in this country. So as you could see, almost every zone or area of this country will be filled with actually PV panels in next 5 to 10 years time. And one more important issue that I have not highlighted, when you keep on increasing renewable energy, especially non-rotational renewable energy, so-called PV, then my inertia, my system inertia is keep on reducing. So it is a great threat to any grid of the world which has more than 40% of renewable integration may face significant system instability. Today in India, we have approximately 30% of renewable, and very soon we are touching 50%, and we may face a serious risk associated with system instability, and that also need to be addressed. Now, very quickly, I mean, as I told you, because of sort of time, I'm not getting into details, but wanted to highlight that whenever you have renewable integration, we will have two mode of operation. One is grid connected, the other is going to be islanded mode of operation. And what we are now proposing or thinking of, we have actually PV panels enough in this country, and that need to be modeled, because not like IEEE United Systems, where most of the systems are actually well documented. But like a country like ours, actually each and every system now currently being documented very well, and hence we need to create a system modeling and their analysis. Once that is being done, we have to create an optimization strategy where those PV need to be, need to be installed, and where actually the battery storage mechanism need to be installed. Once we know those studies, then we have to get into the control strategies. Because what kind of control strategies need to be created for optimal storage dispatch, what time the battery has to charge, what time the battery has to discharge, that needs to be planned. Once that is being done, the final is going to be field deployment. We can get into the field and then see to that all the studies that we have done to compensate renewable integration challenges through battery storage is practically realizable. And so perhaps in next 5 to 7 minutes, I'll be talking about the complexity that any power system in the world, including India, is going to face, and how artificial intelligence can help to handle such kind of complications, especially PV integration with storage technology, to make energy secure to any developing nation. Now, very quickly, because there are a couple of issues that the challenges today, how we are going to actually do a system. So what we've done, we've gone for a small system. That is my parent institution, where I served actually prior to coming to MNIT Jaipur. So that is IIT Roorkee system. We have 21 substations, and the minimum load is close to 3 megawatt. The maximum is going to be 8 megawatt. And we have actually put approximately 2.7 megawatt of PV with 35 locations. Why we have chosen this system? Because this system, Roorkee Smart Grid, almost mimic the Indian grid, having 30% of renewable of its peak. Now, this is how the system look like. And we are currently planning to put actually 5 batteries. All of you can have a look to those 5 black boxes. And with proper analysis, we have identified those locations, but currently there are only 2 batteries where 272 kilowatt hour as well as 150 kilowatt hour batteries are currently in operation. So, yeah. So this is what the geographic region, as you could see, and these are the 35 location of PV, where the rooftop PV panel is currently working, and we have smart meters across the campus, and which is close to almost 400 acres campus. And as you could see, there are 2 batteries currently in operation. One, the top one, which is close to 272, and the below one is 150 kilowatt hour. Now, these 2 locations where the batteries are being installed, I'm getting into deeper to now. I need your attention for next 4 minutes, very, very careful. So what I wanted to highlight, one of the microgrid that we have created is the Department of Electrical Engineering, where the total load is close to 111 kilowatt, and the rooftop solar is close to 70 kilowatt, and the lithium battery is close to 200 kilowatt. It is 272 kilowatt hour, but we're operating at 200 kilowatt hour for the safety reason. And now I'm going to highlight where you have multiple microgrids placed within a network or energy system, how AI can help for those microgrids to operate efficiently. So here, all of you can just see that, these microgrids that I am showing you now has 5 different type of sources. It can get power from the main grid. It can get power from the PV. It can get power from the battery. And it can also have actually power from the diesel generators. Okay. So I think there are 4 minimum resources available to any microgrid to operate, and we do have almost everything. Now moving to, this is what already being installed, this is the hardware setup you could see. And now we are moving to the second generation microgrid, which is a test bed, which is known as PHL experimentation. As you could see, we have a power amplifier, we have 6-rack real-time system. So in the 6-rack, actually RTDS, we have the complete distribution system of the campus and one physical battery which has been connected through the system through power amplifier to make sure that the battery is really integratable to the distribution network. So with this test, we have installed the system, and the second network, which is going to be a very interesting one, that is 70 kilowatt of total load, and the rooftop is going to be 96, and the battery is going to be 150 kilowatt hour. Again, the sources can come from diesel generator, PV panels, main grid, battery, all can supply and make a beautiful microgrid architecture, which is old humanities department microgrid architecture. And those 2 microgrids, those are indigenously deployed in the campus, physically present next to each other. Now, the biggest challenge we are facing today, if you look into this rooftop PV, which is 96, and the load is going to be 70 during a summer vacation or on a holiday, probably whatever the power that I generate from the PV may not be utilized by the load, or sometimes even the battery is fully charged. So under those conditions, can the PV panels of the microgrid 2 will be able to charge the battery of the microgrid 1? And that question is not yet answered as of today, because for that, actually, we have to use AI to understand which microgrid. Today, we are talking about 2 microgrids, but tomorrow, for example, in Namibia or any part of the African countries, we'll be having hundreds of microgrids. And can those microgrids talk to each other, share information, charge one battery based on the PV available to other microgrid, become a bigger challenge? So the question that I'm actually floating before you, the honorable members participating in the conference, to address, is it possible to share data to make sure that the batteries of a particular microgrid must be in a position to get charged based on the PV or excess energy available to some other microgrid? And this is what the major challenge we are facing today. So this is what the framework with all kind of SCADA system and CMS energy smart environment we have given. And you could see, as and when there is excess energy available from the PV panels, the battery start discharging, otherwise it is started discharging. So to conclude, multi-microgrid structure, future scope, solution using AI to make the world sustainable. So number 1, we need to have microgrid across the world specific to rural and distance located actually geographical zones where few communities live. It is not truly urban. So microgrid is mandatory. But the bigger challenge is those microgrids are not able to communicate to others. So we need to understand how much of battery and PV syncing need to be carried out, and then how one microgrid can take advantage of the excess energy available in the other microgrid become an issue. So starting from the PV data, starting from the weather data, starting from the actually charging and discharging characteristic of the batteries, and finally the consumer behavior from the smart meter point, all this data need to be accumulated and processed to make sure that which microgrid has excess energy and which microgrid has shortage of energy. And what kind of arrangement, demand response, demand side management, charging, discharging instruction to the batteries, and rating and derating of the PV panels need to be carried out through a proper AI tool to make sure that the maximum customers are being catered with full capacity of required electricity using microgrids. So this is what the important feature of most of the countries today. And with this note, I conclude my talk. Thank you very much for patient hearing.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor Misra, for your nice presentations. Good afternoon, Prof. Pandey.
This is Prabh Singh from Namibia University of Science and Technology.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My talk will not be complete without thanking all my scholars, those who have contributed. So I thought I'll just share almost more than 35 odd research scholars have contributed to this talk. Though due to sort of time, I quickly rushed, but it's
a very, very, very valuable, and we will share the slides to our participants. I think now we have more under 200, 300 participants are participating. Dr. Patty, just I want to remind that we have a strong relationship with your institutions and Prof. Meenakshi. We are working together. This conference we started from 2011 from Udaipur, first series. That time Dr. Meenakshi was also with us in the program of committee. Now still she is co-chairing all the version of the conferences. So I would like to thank to you. Maybe in the next versions, MIT with us to organizing this committee. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Professor Dharam Singh ji. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Looking forward to a stronger collaboration.
In the next version of the conference, we want to see you in person in Namibia. We will be happy to host you. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, next speaker is Dr. Durgesh Misra. He is having some assignments, so I think he will take few minutes. There is no need. He said there is no need of his bio and CV to read. You can check on the website. Dr. Misra, now floor is yours. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Dharam Singh. Right, is my side, my PPT is visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Yeah.
Good slides.
Thank you. Thank you. I am Dr. Durgesh Mishra. I am in the School of Computer Science and Information Technology as a professor and director in Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences, Indore. And I'm also the founder director of Innovation Center at SIT Indore and visiting professor in IIT Indore. I am also the chairman of IEEE Computer Society Madhya Pradesh sections. And today, Dr. Dharam Singh, Professor Dharam Singh invited me for this special session for the case study of the computer vision in AWS. So I thanks to Dr. Dharam Singh for inviting me. This because of the time is limited. Then what the computer vision is and why it is important, because it's the automated extraction of the information for the digital images. Right nowadays, this is very important, and AWS is playing a very important role, where AWS is having a number of APIs, number of models are there. With the help of that, we can implement in this project, right? And this where basically it's useful for this public safety, this home security, and the authentications, computer-human interactions. Everywhere you can see that computer vision is important nowadays. Content management analysis, autonomous driving is very famous nowadays. Automated car is there, right? Medical imaging, and you can see that the autonomous driver is that is the news in the American news is there. They are going to replace the trucks in the highway with the automated trucks, right? So this in the manufacturing process, medical imaging is also very important task where we can use these computer visions. I started my computer vision with the practice in the medical imaging. I was in the medical college 2 years back. During COVID, we had one basic project because they are facing the problem of the patients are facing the problem of money and all these things. Money as well is not the proper resources. So which patient is having a severe attention, which patient is having a long patient with
writing with this piece, then can we send together?
Yes. Okay. So this medical imaging that time I designed one model with the help of X-ray. I can predict the what depth in the COVID is there in a patient, so that we can find out whether we can put in the ICU or it's required the normal procedures. So right. So those who are having the money, they are going to the ICU, they are taking the bed, but those who are not money, even serious, they are not taking the bed. So that I use the computer vision. So on the basis of that model, we have saved number of lives. So many places you can see vision is a very important, playing a very important role. Now, if you how it works, suppose we can see that this is the tray is there. Now, every object you can classify. In the X-ray image, you can classify in the digital X-ray image. We can classify the which spot is very infected, right? So this object classification is we have to identify whether this is a plate, this is a food, this is a breakfast and lunch, dinner. The camera cannot identify this. We can identify because we know that how the computers can understand this, right? So this object detection is very important. In this case, object detections, what it will we can do in the with the help of computer vision. Now this the box is there, right? We can find out the box surrounding this particular object, and that box is having top left point, width and height. So similarly, when we are going to take a pictures from the mobile, that is a one box is coming in our face, right? That box detect that this is the face. That is a trained for that. Similarly, we can train our system for this to identify, to recognize the particular object, that object detection. These are second. Third one is object segmentation. Then precisely we can identify. In the previous case, maybe possible, the accuracy may be 80%, 70%, 90%. But in the case of segmentation, we can find out the accuracy is approach to the 100%. So this, we can identify that there's a milk, that is a ice cream, there's salad, and that is a bread roll, and so on, right? So in the case of video analysis also, this where computer vision is very important. In the case of video analysis, if the players are playing, right, the coaches can identify the what's the fault is there, why this goal is appears, through which stroke this goal is appear. Then we have to play that the movement of the persons, the movement of the person can predict whether they will move from this side or that side on the basis of his previous data. So this is instance tracking is person moving from one to one. That can be done in the case of video analysis with the help of computer. That is known as content recognitions, right? And action recognition is also there. In the case, if you are in a mall, there are so many cameras there. They can predict that the person is coming in the mall either for shopping or for some movement on time pass and something else. That type of action recognize we can recognize the actions, and on the basis of that you can choose whether the customer is a targeted customer or not, right? So that analyze the behavior and density of your retail store by studying the path that each person follow. That can be done with the help of this. Everywhere we can do this, very important, and this is a hot topic nowadays, right? This motion estimation is also there. This, right? Similarly, nowadays in the IPL and every match is having this, right? So this is what we are having the 3 points. This in the case of content recognitions, object classifications, object detections, object segmentations. And in the case of video analysis, we can do the instance tracking, action recognitions, and then the motion estimations. These are the 3 basically points are there in the content as well as in the video. So if you are going to apply the computer vision in your projects, or where every city in our Indore, I am from India, from Indore, that is the cleanest city of the India and smart city of the India, right? That is got the 7 times the award of the smart city continuously from the last 8 years, right? So this and we apply this computer vision in a very smart city to track the traffic, to trace whether they are following the rules and regulations or not. Automatically they are going to track everything, and that system will understand and can put the fine, then can take any actions, and all these things that automatically done, and that is possible with the help of this computer vision. So because of the time we have very less, what's the takeaway of this this computer vision is an automation extraction of the information from the images, not only the images, it's from the video. Image analysis includes the 3 points, that's the object classifications, object detections, and segmentations. We have to do that. And AWS is having the lot of APIs are there, lot of tools are there to, that is Amazon services having tools to do all these things. In the video analysis include instance tracking, action recognitions, and the motion estimations. So these are my small talk because of the less time, right? Is there any questions you can ask?
Thank you, Professor Misra, for your nice presentations. Is there any questions in line from the audience or anyone from the outside or online? Thank you, Professor Misra. There are no questions. I think we will start your presentation. So it is a good presentation for the computer vision. So thank you again for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our
Thank
next.
you.
Okay, thanks. Our next presenter is Professor Sayan Kumar Ray. Professor Ray, are you online? Professor Ray, are you online? Professor Ray, are you able to hear us? If not, can I go to Professor Tripathi, Meenakshi Tripathi, are you online?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, we can start with you. So Professor Meenakshi Tripathi will talk about smart contract valuability and deep learning. He is the associate professor in MNIT Jaipur. Professor Tripathi, you can start.
I hope my screen is visible to you.
Yeah, visible. So just make it full screen. Yeah, it's okay.
Yes. Yes, so just a second. So good afternoon, everyone. So we will be talking about I'll be talking about the smart contract vulnerabilities and deep learning. Since we have very limited time, so I'll do it very fast. So we'll just quickly look at the blockchain technology, then we'll talk about the smart contract, then vulnerabilities, and how the deep learning helps us in coping up with these vulnerabilities. So before we talk about even the vulnerabilities, let's talk about why do we need the blockchain. So I have added this Namibia note here, currency. So if we want to just verify that whether it's fake or valid, what is the best way? How to do it? Generally, we use the serial numbers, right? And those serial numbers are mostly provided by some centralized authority, which keeps a record. So whenever we need the verification of it, we do the verification from their central records. But what if these records are hacked, outdated, or even the central authority becomes dishonest due to any reason? So to avoid all these things, we do not want to trust on a single authority. So then what can be the solution? The solution is we need a decentralized tamper-proof ledger where each and every record is verifiable, transparent, and secure. So decentralization means there is no centralized authority. So it will prevent the corruption, fraud, and any kind of misinformation. And the blockchain is the technology which provides us the decentralization. So it is a technology where we say that the ledger is maintained by the public without any central authority. It has chain of blocks. That means the blocks of the blockchain are connected to each other through the hash function, and it provides us the various properties. We'll be talking about those properties. And this blockchain was initially informed by, or we can say the developed by the Satoshi Nakamoto. We do not know that whether it's the real name or not. That's why the question is there. And he introduced this concept in his first paper, a peer-to-peer electronic cash system in 2008. And he introduced the mainly the first digital currency concept, that is Bitcoin. So although the Bitcoin and blockchain are not same, but the concept of Bitcoin is based on the blockchain technology. So what are the various elements of the blockchain? That nowadays the banking system and most of the systems works on the centralized system, but blockchain mainly talks about the peer-to-peer network. It uses the various cryptographic concepts, secret writing, using various concepts like hash function, public key cryptography, digital signatures, Merkle tree, ECC. It uses a consensus algorithm, which is the algorithm to add any new records or add any blocks, and it works on punishment and record. So it has decentralization, immutability, transparency and security, anonymity and privacy as the major characteristics. And these are the various use cases. Like this is one of the very popular website which shows the use of the blockchain. And here you can see that we can see that the sender is sending some bitcoins. These are the values of the bitcoins to these 5 different people. So that means everyone can see these transactions. So that is why we are saying that it provides the transparent, decentralized and secure value transfer. So we are just skipping all these things. And then next comes the Ethereum. So Ethereum is the platform onto which, if we want to create our own application like Bitcoin, then we can use the Ethereum platform. And Ethereum is not only the platform, but it is one of the very popular platform to create the blockchain based applications. We can create various applications like voting, crowdfunding, insurance, and all these things. And it uses one of the popular programming language, that is Solidity. So when we write the program on Ethereum platform using Solidity programming language, then we say that we write mostly the smart contract. We use the smart contracts, and smart contracts are what? They are the self-executing contracts. So once the condition defined in these contract is true, then those contracts gets executed by default. Apart from the Ethereum, we have several other blockchain platforms which are mentioned over here. So as we are saying that these smart contracts are codes, so definitely they will have some kind of vulnerabilities, because they are written by the human beings, and human beings can make the mistakes or can leave some kind of vulnerability into it. And what is a vulnerability? That means that these are what the loopholes which are there in the code. So what will be the impact of these smart contract vulnerabilities? As you can see from this graph, that just because of the smart contract vulnerabilities, the world has lost around 264.1 million bitcoins. So from this, and this is the data of 2023, this might have increased now. So you can understand that it's very important to identify those vulnerabilities and to propose some of these solutions. So I have mentioned some of the very popular vulnerabilities over here: reentrancy, access control, arithmetic vulnerabilities, denial of services. So what is re-entrancy vulnerability? So I have mentioned one real world analogy over here to understand it, that let's assume that we go to the ATM machine and we press withdraw 1000. The machine gives us first cash and then the bank balance of our account gets updated. And let's assume that we keep on pressing the withdraw button so quickly that our balance, before the balance gets updated, several withdrawals have happened. So what will be the situation in this case? That the withdrawal will happen from our account multiple times without getting noticed by us, and that is the re-entrancy vulnerability. This is the example code which has the reentrancy vulnerabilities. And these are the various measures that we can have: the reentrancy guard, we can have the mutex lock, we can go for the check effect and interaction patterns. The next vulnerability can be access control vulnerability, where we can specify that which person can execute which kind of functions or can modify the specific data. So here in these vulnerabilities, the attacker can modify the code, modify the smart contract such that he gets the permission of the original owner of the smart contract. Or although this should not happen, but because of this vulnerability, it might happen. Then the next vulnerability is the arithmetic issues. Arithmetic issues are like when we perform the various arithmetic operation, then it might causes the overflow and underflow situations. So that means since the system does not have any kind of a specific check for the overflow and underflow, the total value might change. So that is the arithmetic issue. Then we have the denial of service attack. Denial of service vulnerabilities, denial of service attack might happen because of these two kind of vulnerabilities. One is the self-destruction, another one is the asset fail. As you can see in this self-destruction contract, it has written, it is taking the argument as the beneficiary. And in beneficiary, the attacker can specify its own address. So that means whatever the benefit is to be given this assert fail, which provides the condition written in such a way that it attack. Various vulnerability analysis methods in the smart contract. One can go for the static analysis, dynamic analysis, formal verification, security audits, symbolic executions, learning models. And then these multiple tools are also available. So to solve this, to classify the various smart contract into two categories, or to check that whether a smart contract is vulnerable or not, we have developed this multi-model approach for Ethereum smart contract vulnerabilities, where what we have done is we have extracted the features using two methods. One is we have extracted the features from the source code, and another one is we have extracted the features from the opcode sequence. And then we have combined both of these features, and then we applied the classifier, the various deep learning methods, which gives us the classification. And for this, we have taken into consideration around 23,000 different smart contracts, and our feature space was of around 500 plus 150. So we have created this data set, and then we have effectively extracted the features, and then we applied the various machine learning and deep learning methods. These are just the details of what are the various tools we have used and how we have extracted it. So due to the time constraint, we are not going into the detail of this. And this is the how we have created the various data sets, and these are the various vulnerabilities we have considered. And when we perform the various machine learning method, deep learning methods onto it, we have found that XGBoost gave the highest performance. And when we compared our method with the various state of art methods, you can see from this table that we have got the high level of accuracy, high level of precision as compared to the other state of art method. And if you want to if you want to know more about our work, please have a look at this paper, which is already published in 2023. What else can be done? Definitely, we can try to develop the methods to identify the zero-day vulnerabilities. And here we have used only binary classification, so we can go for the multi-class classification. We have tested for the smart contracts which are developed on the Ethereum platforms only. So one can go for the other platforms. And apart from the GNN, definitely other deep learning methods can also be used. With this, I would like to stop here, and if you have any question, I will be happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Tripathi. Now the floor is open for questions. Any question from here or online? Any questions from the online?
Thank you so much. So I would like to thank the conference organizer, specifically Professor Dharam Singh ji, for giving me this opportunity. And I wish this conference a big success. Thanks a lot.
It's not sharing. So we are sharing from this. Yes.
There is an internet issue, so now it's solved. So Professor Dr. Mufti Mohammed is online. Yeah, yeah. You can share your screen, and for the presentation. Dr. Mufti is a professor in Information and Computer Science, Department of King Fahd University, Petroleum and Minerals, Saudi Arabia.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much for the organizers for inviting me to deliver a short keynote here at this conference. I have known Professor Dharam Singh for quite a few years, in the sense that, well, we have never met personally, but well, we have been a part of a number of different conference organization and volume editing as well. And of course, thanks to Dr. Meenakshi Tripathi from MNIT, who has been a close collaborator, and we have met a couple of times before. And thank you again. So given that the time is very limited, let me jump into the actual content.
Okay, it's the Bluetooth. Yeah.
So I'm going to talk about how cognitive computing and multimodality can enhance healthcare and quality
Where's
of
the
life.
Bluetooth?
So, of course, the work that I'm going to
okay.
present is not a one-man job, and I would like to thank all the collaborators who have contributed to the work that are being presented, and these works have been funded by a number of different funding agencies. Okay, so here
It's connected
you
to
can
the
see
other
some of the
fine.
funding agencies, which are mainly the European Union, okay, and then the universities that I have been a part of in the last several years, and of course, well, some of the work is
Change the
coming from
speaker.
an Horizon project, European Union funded Horizon project called Phase for AI. Okay, just a second. I'm trying to find. Okay. Now the motivation here is that, well, as human, okay, we have different stages in our lives, and this particular photo actually shows a very clear indication of how our brain, in particular, ages with time. For example, well, when we are young, so it is all very good and working very well, but as we age, we lose certain brain functionalities, and therefore some of these brain functionalities, which are known as neurodegenerative disorders, because they are neurodegenerative disorders, you cannot really recreate the functionalities again. Therefore, well, there is a need of technological interventions to improve this situation. Now, some of the diseases which are under the category of neurodegeneration, of us we know. So they are, for example, the Alzheimer's disease, dementia. Then there is Parkinson's disease, Tourette syndrome, essential tremor, etc. So the list of diseases is quite large. Okay. However, the root cause is exactly the same, that certain types of neuron in the brain, once they are dead, they cannot be regenerated, unlike the other type of neurons where we can see a regeneration. And within the context of the Alzheimer's disease, okay, so the current prediction is that, well, by 2050, we'll have over 106 million people having this disease, so which is posing one of the largest threats in the healthcare delivery currently. And as you can see that, well, this is something which is very much predominant in elderly population. And as you can see here, that Alzheimer's disease and dementia is about 11% of the chronic conditions that you can see in the people of age 65 and beyond. And these disease also causes, the neurological disorders also cause over 9 million people's death every year. So which is a large number, therefore it needs quick attention. Now, given that, we have been able to collect data, okay, from several different sources, and this is something which has been very well documented, thanks to the current development in the neurotechnology and the devices, okay, that we have got large amount of data available. All the previous speakers also did mention that. Now, how can we use that particular data? With that data can be used for delivering, let's say, personalized healthcare to plan and to improve the current healthcare delivery systems. And then these delivery systems should be rather a patient-centric care. And this is something which has been defined by WHO as the combination of the electronic communication and information technology within the healthcare sector and considered as e-healthcare. Now, if we look at the neurological disorders, okay, so several let's say data sources can be put together coming from different sources. For example, the electroencephalogram, electrocorticogram, the MRI, and the different neuroimaging techniques, for example, the different modeling techniques, and other rehabilitation-based devices. Along with those, we can have the different types of wearable devices that are very easily available, and the let's say data which are available with the patients, the electronic healthcare data. So all these data, if we are to categorize them, so they can be categorized into 4 broad categories. For example, the electronic health records, the medical imaging, the genomic sequence, and the wearable, portable, or the medical devices. Now, focusing on the neuroscience data sets, okay, so most of the data comes from the medical imaging. Then there are the electrodiagnosis, genetic diagnosis, data related to clinical laboratory, and mass screening. Okay, so these are the main contributors to the data. Now, how can we better utilize this data to deliver something which is beneficial for improving the quality of life? To understand that, well, we try to see that how this evolution or the revolution rather of AI can be applied into biological data. And when we had done a few thorough reviews, which have been published in the early years of the application of AI in healthcare, we saw that there are a number of very popular techniques which are applied in mining the biological data, or applying to biological data coming from many different sources, for example, from the different signals, different images, and the sequences as well. And they have got a wide variety of applications within this particular context using these data sets. Now, the research questions that we had to address or to better utilize these is that can we develop intelligent or the cognitive systems for detecting conditions that reduces the quality of life? Given that we have large amount of data, can we really detect these conditions? And how can we integrate the different data modalities? Because we can see that the data is coming from different sources, and these are the different modalities that we have. For example, here also you can see the large 4 categories or the modalities of the data. So can we use these different modalities to better detect the conditions? And does this integration of multiple data modalities actually improve the detection process? And of course, well, one of the things that I have not heard a lot in the talks, and I'm going to introduce it, that, well, whenever we want a particular model to be used in real life, okay, especially within the healthcare and many other mission critical systems, what is important is that, well, the users of those particular systems are able to explain that how the decision making has been performed, or how the model has taken the decision. This is very important. Because, well, for example, being a patient, if I go to a doctor, the doctor sees an image of mine, and then the doctor says that, okay, fine, you have this particular disease. The very natural and subsequent question is that, well, what are the specific symptoms or the specific let's say abnormalities that you saw in the test reports that had led you to decide this particular let's say decision. So taking that into consideration, well, can we make these models let's say explainable interpretable, or can the models in itself justify the decision-making process? This is actually a very important aspect. And the other thing which is very important is as well that we are exploring, given that, well, we have the explosion of generative AI-based systems these days. Now, as the generative AI-based systems are used mostly on text generation, however, to make good use of the generative AI, can we actually, let's say, infer one particular modality of the data if we have another modality? This is particularly important and useful if, let's say, that we have if we have hospitals or the service delivery systems where we do not have all the resources. For example, think of the low and middle income countries. Probably, well, we have one set of devices, but not the other. So if we have data from one set of devices, can we actually infer the data coming from the other source of devices? So this is something which is going to be really, really helpful in better detecting the conditions. Now, taking that into consideration, of course, well, I have been over the last 20 odd years, or more than that, actually 25 years roughly, I have worked on a number of different neurological conditions, starting with Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, schizophrenia, stress, anxiety, depression, autism, and a number of different disorders I have worked on. However, well, for the sake of time, I'm going to only focus on some of the works that are focusing on Alzheimer's disease and dementia. Now, the roadmap that we have followed is that, well, we start with the unimodal data, we pick one modality, and we try to see that, well, how a single model is going to do the prediction. Then can we, let's say, mix these models? So can we make hybrid or ensemble of models to improve the detection process? Now, within that particular process, can we then move the current existing AI models, which are black box, to a white box model? So this could be, let's say, using the existing post hoc or any other type of explainability or interpretability models which are out there. Can we integrate these to actually at least make some sense of the decision-making process of the models? And then can we use multimodal data, for example, to improve the detection process? And of course, well, can we do cross-modal data generation, having one type of data being generated from another type of data? Of course, within that particular context, this is no rocket science. Well, we have got a number of different models which are out there, number of different data types. And well, for example, here with neuroimages, we did quite a lot of work in trying to understand by combining the different models, by combining different, let's say, functionalities or the components of the model to improve the detection process. And here, well, I'm just very quickly brushing through some of the work that we have done just to lay the foundation that, yes, well, we have done quite a lot of work to really understand that how a single modality can be better utilized to improve the detection of Alzheimer's disease. And then we also try to, in addition to the ensemble that we did here, in addition to that particular ensemble model of different machine learning models which are out there, we then also try to do a thorough performance evaluation of the deep, shallow, and ensemble machine learning models for automated classification of Alzheimer's disease. And all this information had made us think that, well, because most of the neuroimages, we can see only one particular view of the image. But, well, what happens if we try to integrate the different views? For example, there are different views. For example, the coronal, sagittal, and axial, there are different ways that you can see the brain scans. For example, here, if you have a 3D volume of the brain scan, so you can see it from different perspectives, from the top, from one side, and from the front side. So there are different ways that you can look at these images, whether these images actually do make any difference in terms of the detection process, or whether they contribute the detection. What we have eventually found that, yes, they do. However, well, the most important thing is that, well, we can develop all these models, beautiful models, whatever it is, but when we went for, let's say, piloting these models within UK, most of our models were not really adopted because, well, the doctors couldn't necessarily explain that how this model were taking the decisions. This is something which then led us to work very closely with the neuroscientists, and also a paradigm shift from the black box models to the white box models, where we had to let's say decide on the balance between the accuracy that we get through the black box models and on the interpretability based or interpretable white box AI models where the accuracy could be a little bit less. However, well, the doctors would be more confident on the decision taken by those specific models. Right. Now, taking that forward, then we tried to also very thoroughly understand that how artificial intelligence have contributed in the Alzheimer's disease classification, and we found that there are a number of different XI models, explainable artificial intelligence methods that have been applied. For example, there are local methods, there are global methods, there are post hoc methods, there are anti hoc methods, and a number of different methods. And these methods can be applied on the deep learning based models, which are black box, and they can also be applied on machine learning based models, which are black box as well. So the traditional machine learning based methods, and as you can see that while a number of different models have been identified and they have been properly mapped that which kind of methods are doing what. Now, two of the methods, explainable methods, is standard out in terms of the Alzheimer's disease detection. For example, they are namely called LIME and SHAP. So these LIME and SHAP have been extensively used within the context of Alzheimer's disease detection, and that is what we then found that well in a recent study that we did that well they have been very thoroughly used in identifying that how they have contributed to the understanding of the model's decision-making process in detecting Alzheimer's disease. Now that taken into consideration, well, we also then tried to use another type of data, for example, like the clinical data, okay, and apply some other inherently interpretable models, for example, fuzzy models. And within the clinical data, which are the electronic health records, we applied the fuzzy RAF-based feature selection, and that is something which gave us quite some good prediction from the data that we have. And then, well, we also tried to do a comparison between the different available XAI models using specific deep learning based models, and then see that how do they perform inherently in detecting Alzheimer's disease. For example, here you can see that well the GradCam plus plus, ScoreCam, and all these different kind of gradient capturing methodology have also been explored, and that is something which has given us a solid understanding of how this is something which can be used within that particular context. And as we mentioned that well the different let's say viewpoints of the images, okay, the different planes of the images contribute differently, okay. So then we introduced with that particular work also when he used the deep learning based networks. Within those deep learning based networks, we use the explainers to really understand that how we can make these models more let's say explainable so that their adoption can be facilitated. Right. Then to address the other question that how can we use multimodality, then we had actually developed models that can use, let's say, clinical neuroimaging and psychological data from a number of different data sets, and then create a data level, do a data level fusion, and apply a number of different individual models on these specific data sets, and then perform a clustering and apply the SHAP-based models that we said that we found it most popular to actually identify the features which are responsible for the decision-making process. Now, this is something which gives the doctor at least something in hand when they are telling the patient that, well, like, okay, fine, this is what is the reason we think you have dementia, Alzheimer's disease, is because, well, we see that these are the specific features which are very high, and those have been cross-validated with the doctors to really identify the relevant features that are considered as the contributor to the Alzheimer's disease. Right, now all these things are very good. Now you see that well we have models that can now be rolled out, but whenever we go to roll out these models in the real life, now there are several questions which actually we noticed. You know that well when we wanted to really identify the algorithmic bias, whether these models have got any algorithmic bias or not. We did an extensive study, and what we found that there are several social determinants and health inequities which exist within the paradigm. For example, let's say that well we wanted to implement the system that we have developed in Bangladesh. The systems didn't quite work as expected. That is mainly because we understood that neurological disorders are not universal around the world, and there are several features. For example, when we identified the features responsible here, these features actually change based on the geographical location, based on culture, based on education, based on the societal structure. So based on gender as well. So there are several contexts or the aspects that needs to be considered within these particular systems that are being developed. And taking that forward, well, we notice that there are several, let's say, cultural barriers in the detection of Alzheimer's disease. For example, in these different areas, you have genetic variations, and this genetic variation directly contributes to the development of the hippocampus and the cortical atrophy patterns. This is how the brain develops. So there are specific differences in the development of the brain, for example, in the West and in the East, based on, or in the in Africa, based on how these genetic mutations are taking place in human body. And of course, there is the vascular or metabolic burdens, and this is something which also contributes to the white matter hyperintensities and frontal atrophy in the brain. So which means that, well, the brain shape and the ratio of the different aspects could slightly vary, and this is something which can be, let's say, very well articulated or seen in the brain scans. And of course, the environmental exposure, not to mention that, well, the environmental exposure is something which is very critical. That is because, well, and someone who is living in an healthy environment and someone who is living in an unhealthy environment and a polluted environment contributes to situations such as shrinkage in brain regions, neuroinflammation, and that actually hinders how the neuroimages were being taken. Of course, not to mention that diagnostic protocol differences. Different countries run certain tests or the diagnosis in slightly different way. And they also use different devices, and that is something which then contributes through the device strength, annotation accuracy, and then several different other factors come into the play as well. And of course, well, the education level of the physicians. For example, there are different requirements of the physicians. For example, if someone gets an MBBS in South Asia, they are qualified enough actually to practice and to see doctors, do diagnosis and all. Whereas, well, the in the West, they inherently need to have an MD degree, which is equivalent to a doctorate degree in medicine, and that is something which actually prepares them even better for treating the diseases. And this is something which is which contributes to the global atrophy and symptom understanding. And not to mention the diagnostic practices culturally. Well, in South Asia, I have noticed that people do not go to the doctors at the very early stage when the symptoms are identified. Rather, the culturally, the South Asian people tend to go to the doctor at a very late stage, and this is something which is yet another thing which needs to be taken into consideration. Now, having said that, these cultural barriers, how do our AI models are capturing these cultural barriers? So we have models that are working perfectly fine on a specific population, but they are not performing well in other populations. So this is something which is a real problem. Now, to mitigate that particular aspect, for example, well, we have worked on creating, let's say, cross-model interaction, or identify the cross-model interaction in Alzheimer's disease. To start with, for example, let's say that, well, we know that if we have the MRI, the magnetic resonance images, can we use the structural MRI to deduce the functional MRI? So what we have done is that, well, we have taken the structural MRI and we applied, let's say, generative AI-based extractor and generator to identify the specific, let's say, relevant aspects, and then regenerate the functional elements. And to even advance this forward, we actually also used, let's say, EEG to, in certain extent, generate the fMRI images, because from the functional MRI images, we can extract bold signals, which are again time series signals, but they are very relevant to the MRI, the functional magnetic resonance imaging. So EEGs, for example, are very normally available or very easily available in low and middle income countries. In all the almost hospitals, they have at least the EEG. Probably many of them do not have the fMRIs. So can we use this EEG to somehow, let's say, predict fMRI signals through the bold signals that are extracted or that are considered as the summary of the fMRI signals. So we have then developed again a model that can, let's say, accurately or up to certain extent, can generate in a trustworthy manner the bold signals and the vice versa of these two. So this is something which gives us hope that, well, because we need data from the local population to make our model suitable for that particular population. However, because, well, many of these low and middle income countries do not have sufficient data, then we can use this kind of generative AI based approaches to actually collect this data so that these models can be retrained on the local population to serve the local population better. Okay. Now, taking that into consideration, well, we have several limitations within the current healthcare landscape because we have fragmented data, especially in the low and middle income countries. A lot of the cases go under reporting, and we do not have an integrated health information systems in many of the low and middle income countries. And of course, well, when the resources are limited, we can understand that there is a lot of underfunding in the low and low prioritization of the preventive programs running in those countries, and therefore the generalized prevention initiative are not tailored to the local cultures. For example, let's say that we do have some models, if we want to go and apply them in those local cultures, they do not quite work or fit well. And these are the current landscape of the healthcare scenario globally. Okay, now take that into consideration. If we want to move forward, we actually need, let's say, inclusive AI for wider population, and this is something which includes diverse training. Okay, so training only on the data coming from a particular population is not going to be sufficient. We need data from the local population to be trained on to train the models that can be applied on that particular population. We need models which are cultural aware. Okay, they need to take into consideration the cultural constraints and of course, well, the local accessibility, which means that, well, these models should be light enough to be delivered within the local infrastructure, and that is something which also taking into consideration that, well, in certain cases, not only the infrastructure but also the language barriers are also need to be taken into consideration. And this is something which might not always work on online, but we might also need to have models that would work offline. So the local accessibility also needed into consideration. So therefore, well, the future research opportunities, which I invite the attendees here, well, I do not know that how many attendees are listening to me, to heavily contribute. And if you have any idea or if you want to contribute to this cause, please get in touch with me. I'll be very happy to discuss a collaboration going forward. So trust calibration is something which is important. So we need to develop techniques which are appropriate to clinicians' trust, which would appreciate the clinician trust. Okay, in avoiding over-reliance or skepticism in the developed models. We need to have federated XAI frameworks, which means that, well, we can have models which are trained on one population, but we also want to be inclusive. We want to develop an environment where each of the model can be trained on different populations so that this becomes even more stronger. The model's prediction capabilities are improved. Now we need to have inclusive benchmarking, and we need to have standardized frameworks that can actually evaluate the inclusivity and the equity of the models that are being developed. And of course, we need to have longitudinal studies. So right now, most of the work that are being done are on limited set of data. But what happens, how the disease is progressing, that is something which is very important in really try to identify the disease early on. And of course, well, we need to investigate the vulnerability and the adversarial examples for safety and reliability to improve the robustness of the models that we develop. Right. Now, that is why, well, what we think is going to help or going to be needed for achieving the inclusive AI, that we need to have the explainable AI and the federated learning. So the explainable AI, where we know that which are the factors that are contributing to the decision-making process, and when we make it in a federated way that multiple populations data are taken into consideration in training these models, we can achieve the inclusive AI, which will deliver fairness and health equity, which is lacking in the current healthcare delivery system. Now, while the future challenges, we need to have a lot of explainability models, because the current explainable models are mostly add-on, okay? But what we need essentially is inherently AI models which can inherently decide or indicate that how the decision making has taken place. We need cross-modal training. We let's say that we need to have for cross-modal training privacy preservation techniques, that because the healthcare data is very sensitive, how can we ensure that the privacy of that healthcare data is let's say ensured, and we need to have explainable learning methods there as well. And of course, we need many more methods to accurately generate the data in a cross-modal way. For example, from EEG to clinical data, from clinical data to EEG, and neuroimaging, vice versa. With this, I would like to thank again to the organizers for inviting me to share my experience here. And well, I'd be very happy to answer if there are any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mahmood Mufti. I'm audible?
Yes, you are. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentations. I heard from Professor Meenakshi Tripathi about you. We want to see you again for the more detail about the project. Today we are running behind the time. So if you have any questions, there is an email address we will share with you. You can ask with the doctor. Maybe you can take 1 or 2 questions if you have. Yeah, you can come here.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. Yeah, concerning the opportunities, future opportunities, I just wanted to find out, did you consider causal machine learning with regards to clinical data?
Well, which machine learning? Sorry, I missed that word.
Causal. C-A-U-S-A-L.
Causal, yes, causal, yes, of course. Well, causal, you know that causal machine learning is something which is gaining more and more popularity, because, well, the causal relationship is something which is very important. Sorry. And we are actually now taking into consideration the causal relationship also to understand the relationship between the features, and that is something which can potentially lead to new models that can be inherently explainable. And of course, this is something which is very relevant. Absolutely.
Yeah, Dr. Simo, you can come and ask the question. I think this is.
Thank you very much for this brilliant presentation. 2 questions for me.
Yes, please.
What do you think are possible avenues for collaboration south-south in this space? I think, for example, if you look at the inavailability of biobanks, for example, and infrastructures around some of these, there's a very big gap. There's also challenges regarding, obviously, issues of data sovereignty, obviously, data governance. People are now talking of techniques like data visitation, having data in place and having mechanisms to visit the data and do computations there. And then maybe also within health, there's the issue of, obviously, data privacy. And some people are talking about synthetic data and things like this.
Yes.
And finally, for AI, there is need for AI readiness of data. So really just throwing some of those topics around, and maybe on your side, where do you see opportunities for collaborations? Thank you.
You are very welcome. And well, let me just tell you, all those points that you mentioned are opportunities for collaboration. Because, well, what we have seen is that, especially in low and middle income countries, the data governance, the privacy preservation, and all these different aspects are so less addressed. And we need actually systems that can be used as plug and play in those specific infrastructure. So we cannot, let's say, normally pick up one particular system coming from let's say in country X and then plug it into another country without really understanding the local infrastructure and the local systems. Therefore, yes, well, all those specific points that you mentioned, well, due to the very limited time, well, I couldn't go into the details, but we do address several and we work on several of those topics. For example, data governance, privacy preservation, and several other aspects as well. In all those fields, there are possibilities of collaboration, and I'm very open to collaboration. Please feel free to write me, and we can discuss it further out of this meeting as well.
Any question? You can come. Yeah.
Thank you, Doc. My question has to do with just the fact that you said you can't plug from one country to another without considering the context.
Yes.
But because you also said we need to test on new populations, so which is we have to have unique cultural identifiers of this. So have you worked on any data set that identify cultural uniqueness of a particular population? If you have, what's your advice? How do we culturalize data one way or the other so that unique populations can be identified differently? Thank you.
Fantastic. Very great question. Now you see that, well, one of the benefits of living in the UK, or well, I had been in the UK for a very long time, is that, well, UK is a very multidisciplinary population. Okay, UK has got very, let's say, specific areas where we have people from different ethnic backgrounds. And that is something which we are exploring, okay, to understand that, well, whether can we find the social determinants also in the West, for example, in countries like UK. But the other thing which is very important is to start this effort to collect, let's say, centralized data in each of our countries. For example, let's say that in South Asia, in Africa, in all the countries, we need to have these movements. Even if it is at an early stage, even if it is with a very limited population, very smaller population, let's collect the data from there. Right now, to the best of my knowledge, I might be very wrong, okay? I have not found any data set, okay, which can be considered as, let's say that, especially pertaining to the Alzheimer's disease or dementia, which can be said that, well, this is a data set that we have is coming from South Asian population or from African population. None of the countries have got such solid data sets. What we have is coming mostly from the white and Caucasian ethnicity and the Western countries. And this is something which has been one of the biggest challenges that we have experienced when we wanted to let's say, apply these models in low and middle income countries such as in Bangladesh.
Thank you, Dr. Mufti, and thank you accepting for the invitation for this conference. And I hope that next version of the concern we want to see you in Windhoek, Namibia.
Absolutely, I would love to, but well, this year actually, well, I was considering to be there in person, but well, last 2 months I have been traveling up and down all around the world. So that is why next week actually I'll be going back to Saudi Arabia. That is why, well, this week is very crucial for my family as well, because I had 2 months of holidays, but well, I couldn't stay even 1 week with my family.
Yeah, next year we plan for 4 to 6 August. Just keep in the mind. Thank you,
Okay.
Doctor.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, just information and announcement for the participants online as well as in person. We are running behind the time, so now we will meet at 2:30 o'clock online and the physical in the room. So there is a 30-minute break for the lunch. So lunch is ready outside. You can take your lunch. For the online participants, I think you can take your lunch and enjoy yourself. There are 5 rooms. A, B, C, D, E. A room is here. B is nearby this room. C and D is along where we have the tea break. So you just check the program. You want to enter with there is a link for the technical program. You can enter in the program. There are 5 virtual rooms. You can move either any of the virtual room. Or you can leave or you can enter without any restrictions. If there are any questions from the online participant? If no, then we will meet 2:30 sharp again. Thank you.